Cross. Ah, vale. Yeah, here you go.
The resort group believes in Cabo Verde, and may you be very successful, because success of the resort group is also the success of Cabo Verde. And thank you very much.
Welcome everybody to the season opener here in Cape Verde for the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. We are going to see Punta Preta firing. The wingfoilers have been waiting for a few days to go out on the water, and the right-hander is already peeling all the way down. We are going to see the athletes going out there. Is 100% wave. Who is going to be taking the title this year? We will soon find out. I'm Josie Asher. I'm going to be in the booth with my friend Tom Court, showing you all of the action from all the angles. And I tell you what, green flag is in the sky. And welcome everybody to the first day of the Cape Verde Wingfoil World Cup down here on the island of Sao Punta Preta. We are here for the opener of the season, and we can already see waves are stacked across the horizon. We've already seen Ayrton Cosolino, Muna White take the win on the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour discipline, where we had them kite surfing like no tomorrow. And now it's time for the wingfoilers to come out and prove themselves here in the ocean. Before we go to the action, we are going to go down to the beach as my colleague Tom Court is going to give us a little update on the situation.
In Cape Verde on the island of Sal with Punta Preta right behind me. We have changed over to the GKA World Wingfoil Tour right now, and it is pumping conditions out there. Very excited. We've got 2 minutes until the red flag, as we just heard there in the background. The riders are getting ready. The conditions are really tricky for wingfoiling. It's like triple overhead, down the line, point break waves. I'm excited to be in the live stream box with Josie Asher, and we're going to be narrating what will be history-making wingfoil competition right here at Punta Preta. So let's get into it.
I'm Vini Martins, I'm from Brazil.
And welcome back everybody, as there it is. So we are going to be going into action as green flag is in the sky. Let's see who we have out there on the competition arena. We are going to be having Clément Ramon, Julien Boyer, and Casper Zola. There they are, France versus Maui, as we are getting into it. Clément riding for Gone. We have the RRD athlete, Julien Boyer, and then Armstrong for Casper Zola. Let's go into the action as we are on so far. We are getting this show on a roll. Round number 1, heat number 2 of the men. As you can see all the way out the back there, a couple of the athletes already having a little look at the waves. There are some beautiful sets coming in, about 12 to 14 knots at the moment. I was talking to some of the athletes and they're looking like going out on 5s. Name of the game when it comes to the foil, about a 500 or 600 front wing is what they're going out on, and around 40 litre boards. Had a talk to Malo Ganule, who's going to go out on a little chunkier board, but hey, this wave is fast, this wave is powerful. Tom, welcome back.
Great to be here, Joe. Great to be commentating on this groundbreaking event right here, and what looks like some of the best wingfoiling conditions that I have ever seen. Probably not some of the conditions that I would personally choose to go out in, though, I have to admit. This break is seriously punishing, and just watching these guys is inspirational out there. But like you were saying, it is all about equipment choice, and it's going to be very interesting to see who's going to go through these heats. There's a lot of new faces, a lot of new names, and a lot of new equipment that's being put to the test today. I think a lot of these riders are going to be riding waves this big, this powerful for the first time out there, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they all handle it.
Yeah, and there we saw Casper Zola taking the win in that second heat of the day. As we move on and continue, as we have 15-minute heats and a few-minute transition, what are our judges looking for? They're looking for pure surfing, linking the section, hitting it as powerful as possible, and really using the power of the wave.
Yeah, and if you have tried wingfoiling, you will know exactly how tricky it can be and the long learning journey that it takes to get to the level that these guys are at out there. We've seen some triple overhead sets rolling through. We've got a long period groundswell gracing us here on the island of Cape Verde. On the island of Sao, rather, in Cape Verde, with the point break of Punta Preta just wrapping down the coast. You can see it right there. I mean, 12 knots is not a lot of wind, but one of the main advantages of the Wingfoil is you can ride waves in almost any wind direction. And as we saw, because we've just finished the Kitesurfing World Cup, that it was very offshore, but that won't be a problem for these guys because they can go straight out wind with a wing.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the advantages. So here we go, going into that heat number 3 that we can see Leon we have Vinicius Martins and Noé Kuyala. We got a boy from the UK, mate.
Look at that. It's great to see some UK talent out there on the water. It's big up and a big shout out to the UK crew back at home. The Kerno Foil Classic is an event that I've been to recently. I know that the boys at home are very keen on pushing the level in foiling in waves, and I have to admit, when it comes to pushing the level in foiling in waves, it doesn't get any better than this.
No, and I mean, with conditions like that, we will be talking to quite a few of the athletes, and I got some interviews earlier this morning while they were starting to get ready. And as I was mentioning, Tom, seems like 500 to 600 is the front wing of choice for most of these athletes. But then there is a bit of a difference. There's guys that, Malog Inolea, he's been a world champion himself, prefers the chunkier board. And then you have the likes of, the Benoit Carpentiers or the boys, Julien Boyer, that they prefer that, not as much volume in the board. What do you reckon the options are out there?
Well, it's really interesting. I mean, foiling has been developing over the last few years very quickly, and we've seen riders changing their whole setups. And look, as you can see here, as he drops into his first wave of this heat, this is Noé Kuyala from France, and he's on a small foil by the looks of it. It must be a 4 or 5 meter wing, but depending on the conditions, really changes what setup you want to ride. Obviously, on a break like this, look how fast you need to be going down the line. You can't afford to be riding a bigger wing than a, say, 500-600 foil. Otherwise, you will not have enough speed potential to make it down the line. And if you get caught on the inside, there could be some brutal consequences. So, yeah, it will be really interesting to see what foil setups win out in this. I know from my own personal experience that there is a big topic about what sort of board size makes the most difference. I mean, I personally ride a 75-litre board, but I weigh around 90 kilos, so it is going to make a big difference about the rider's weight, about about their personal style, their personal preference, and how light the wind is as well. Because obviously, if you've got more volume in the board, you've got a bit more of an advantage when it comes to getting up in lighter wind.
Yeah, no, and especially, word on the street is the wind is supposed to drop, and it is getting glassy out there. I mean, just look at that image there. Not all the way down. So let's see, as we're going to have Vinicius Martins, who is out there. So trying to see which of the two, if that's Noé or Leon, as the Lycra's there. So we'll get that information back to you very shortly. I have a feeling that is Leon, because they are on exactly the same board color, looking like Lycra color and wing color. Not making our life easy, mate. Not making our life easy. And like I say, this is such a new and developing sport. There's new names, new faces, and new people coming onto the scene almost daily, because, it is developing rapidly as a sport. We've got frothing foil scenes all over the world, and I've been lucky enough to go around to a few different foiling events, from the west coast of Ireland to the UK to Dominican Republic, to all over the place. And I can tell you this, there are a lot of people taking up this sport at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's so accessible as well, because you can, even in the lakes, and also one of the, I think the main reasons is that also you can let go. compared to kiting, that sometimes you can get dragged along with the foil and the wing. You can let go, but hey, there is that added, addition of the foil itself.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main appeals of wingfoiling really is the variety of conditions in which you can ride. And as I touched on a little bit earlier, if it's too offshore for a kite, it's possible to wingfoil it. So this is Vinícius Martins from Brazil dropping into this outer bomb. And look at that. It's all about getting into that wave nice and early, giving yourself space on the open face, and locking into some nice hard carves. But you can see this is a reef break with some quite heavy consequences, and if you go too deep on that bottom turn, you're risking your foil on the rocks.
Yeah, you don't want to get the old tightrope, but yeah, Vinny here, heading out of Brazil, big wave surfer. We caught up with him. I'll bring that interview to you guys very shortly, but nicely all the way down the line. Look at the speed, Tom.
I mean, you need a lot of speed just to stay out in front of this wave, but look at that, top to bottom, really rising up the face in order to gain that dropping speed and just to keep up with the wave to stay down the line. But this is looking like a really complete ride. That is a really complete ride, top to bottom.
Great there from Vinny, and now I'm going to get closer to the screen here so we can check, because both Leon and Noah. So that is Leon, the taller of the two, and looking like he's going to be rocking the black helmet. And now going to be appearing on our screen, that is going to be Noé Kuyala, the smaller of the two F1 athletes.
Okay, Noé looking like he's locking into this one, going for a little straight air down the face. And this is going to be something that's going to be very interesting, Joe. The air game, how riders choose to ride a wave, how they flow through it. But also, with a foil, you've got such an option to control yourself in the air, to boost off the lip, to boost off the flats even. And I think we're going to see some inverts even go as far as, say, flips onto the face,
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Wesley earlier this morning, the champion here from last year and the general world champion. He has a few flips up his sleeves. He was saying he wants to try, some backside 360s, really in the critical section of the wave. So looking forward to see some of that, and look at that beauty right there. All right, so a beautiful wave there as well. At the moment, Noé Kuyala in the lead, 6.50 versus Vinny of 4.5 going to be coming up for him. And Leon, another nice 4.5. And here you can see there is Noé. He's the smaller of the two compared to Leon. Just a nice little nose grab there to get an extra bit of style, mate, as we continue on. And while we're waiting for our athletes to get some more waves and make their way out the back, I caught up with Vinny while he was getting ready for his gear. Let's see what he had to say.
I'm Vinny Martins, I'm from Brazil, and I've been here in Cabo Verde for a month already, enjoying the amazing conditions we are having here at the moment. So I'm really looking forward to compete on this. And yeah, it's a legendary spot as well. So many windsurfers had finals here and big competitions here. I was watching it when I was a kid, so it's good to be here competing myself.
And look how stoked he is to be here. I mean, I think that's what every athlete out there shares in common at the moment, whether you're kite surfing or wingfoiling. You are stoked to be witnessing these amazing conditions and this amazing island. And yeah, I'm personally super frothed for this event. And it looks like Leon's doing really well. He's got 2 scores on the board right there. But Noé Kuyala scoring higher with 2 6s, a 6.50 and a 6.47. It's difficult to know really how the judges are going to score this, because you've got a mixture between how you ride the wave, how you engage the turns, how deep you get, and also, like I mentioned, the air game is going to come into play, especially when those local riders that really know this place come out and get out there on the water and start to show us how it's done. But, you know, wingfoiling, like I say, it's a fairly new sport, but in the last 3, 4, 5 years has really started to develop, and like everything from the foil development to the wing development to the board size, you know, everything is still in question, really. And watching these riders deal with these conditions, look at that cutback right deep into the pocket, nice rising up, nice high turn. Making sure he doesn't separate too far out in front of the wave as well, because the interesting thing with the foil, you have such freedom to read the water, read the wave, and go wherever you want to with that foil, because it can, you know, it can carry you out into the flats, it can carry you way out in front of the section. But what I'm pretty sure what the judges are going to be looking for is how deep you can stay on the wave, how pocketed you can be, and then the moves that you can pull within that. Obviously smooth, flowetry, smooth style, and yeah, look at that. What you really do not want to happen is to be falling off and getting stuck inside, because I can tell you one of these waves on your head with a wing is probably going to end your session, because there is not much room for maneuver, and as soon as you get onto the inside of this wave, you're in shallow water, and it is rocky, and those leashes can only take so much for pounding. But you know, another thing to mention as well is wing control. I think that's going to be something that the judges are looking at. But with, you know, when you've got side offshore wind like this, it is almost perfect, because you can just like let the wing fly, and the speed that you've got down the line is going to give you the ability to control that wing reasonably easily. But there we could go. We can already see straight air nose grab out the back, but didn't like the look of the wave. But I think we're going to start to see the air game developing, definitely. Yeah, back to wing control. So you know, it's one thing that I personally find the hardest or most frustrating, let's say, is when you're out in different conditions and you get into some bigger waves and you start picking up speed down the line, is how you manage that wing. You know, like whether you let it fly behind you, in front of you, how you move it around your body through the turn. Because, you know, just like in surfing and riding waves and kite surfing, you need to move your body, your upper body, shifting your weight and everything in the right way so that you can flow and ride the wave properly. But with a wing, you've obviously got the wing in your hand too, so you've got to be passing it between hands, passing it around your back, making sure it's not getting in the way of your ride. So yeah, I mean, we're all here to sort of witness and learn from these guys. I'm sure a lot of the guys out there in this event too are going to be riding conditions like this for the first time, because some of the sets we have seen have been massive. I mean, they're making it look easy, but it's definitely not easy out there. It's light wind at the moment too. I would say this is somewhere between, you know, 11 to 13 knots. Gusty on the inside, definitely. But you can see the extent of the line up there, and how it starts to peak on the outer reef. And that's obviously where these riders are going to be looking to start taking the wave, because you can easily link the sections when you're on a fast foil, and you can yeah, just start putting the pedal to the metal down the line as soon as you get nice and deep. But looking for vertical attacks at the face, I think, you know, another massively interesting topic is mast length. I mean, foiling is ridiculously technical, and if you're just joining us on the live stream, feel free to ask questions below, drop us a message, ask us anything you want to know about foiling, about gear, about this wave, this place, or any of the riders out there today, because we can try and deliver you that information. But if you're new to wingfoiling, it is an amazing sport. It is a sport that offers some very unique riding options and a great way to learn a lot about the ocean. And, you know, something that I've enjoyed learning a lot about over the last 4 or 5 years. So it's great to be here, to be the voice of this event and to be hosting this event, the GWA World Wing Championships here in Cape Verde alongside Joe Siastala. And I'm going to take you through some of the more technical aspects of this sport, or as much as I can, because we've got parameters of change that affect these guys' equipment, from mast length, chord width, fuselage length, front wing size, rear wing size on the hydrofoil side, board volume, board length and size, and also wing size, and obviously wing type as well. So if you're seeing all the brands at the moment, you're developing the equipment for the riders so that we can get this sport developing in the right way, and you know, developing everything from different materials to different wing shapes, different tensions, different handle setups, different leash structures. I mean, it's almost endless, but I think that's what attracts a lot of people to it. Is it's very challenging, and it's a huge pleasure to learn. So if you ever get the chance, make sure you give it a go. But I can tell you that these riders are making these conditions look extremely easy right now. These are the sort of conditions that if I turned up to a spot, I would be like, probably not going out. But, you know, they're making these light winds look easy. They're getting up. I mean, looking like he's on a small board there. I'd say no more than 50 litres, 40, 50 litres. But a lot of these riders, like I say, they're small riders, quite lightweight. Like the weight of your body makes a big difference when riding a foil too. So, you know, between all of those technical aspects that I just mentioned, in there somewhere lays the perfect setup for these conditions. Okay, so that was heat number 3, I believe. That's coming to the end, and we are going to check the highlights right now. And there we see some adverts from our sponsors of this tour as we come into the next heat. This is heat 4 of round 1. We've got Zani Guy, local shredder, Chucho Noto, and Hugo Martin. This is going to be an interesting heat for sure. A few questions saying why we're not watching the current heat. We were a little slow to start the live stream, so the first 2 heats weren't actually live streamed. So this is heat number 4 of round 1. And we are looking at some quality action out there so far. It has been a pretty epic start to what is going to be a groundbreaking Wingfoil event. If you're just joining us on the live stream, make sure you get involved on the comments. Ask me any questions about the place, about the break, about the people, about the riders, and I will try to deliver you the information. But we are here in the live stream box watching these guys go head-to-head in round 1 of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. And what a day it is for wingfoiling right now out there. The conditions don't get much better than this. I mean, the wind is a little on the light side, but the riders are handling it with ease out there. And we've already seen some epic rides in those first 3 heats. But it's going to be really interesting to see the different approaches from the different riders, whether they're going to go to the air, whether they're going to concentrate on their flowing turns, what gear setups they're going to be using, and their approach to the reef itself.
Yeah, and we have got a couple of local boys out on the water as well. So 3 guys going out into the ocean. As we can see, Zani Guy, Chuchununot, and Hugo Marin. Hugo Marin from France, he is one of the best surfers we have out there. But we've seen it before and we see it again. Local boys in Cape Verde, they might just appear, but I tell you what, I've been hearing big things about this youngster, Zani Guy.
Yeah.
What, you know, he hangs out a lot with Wesley Brito, world champion, and there we have coming down the wave, that is looking like Chucho Nunot.
Chucho Nunot putting the first chalk on the board there, but Zani Guy opening his account first, and like you say, I've had a chance to catch up with him on the beach over the last few days. Such a nice kid,
such a nice guy,
such a cool dude, and an incredible rider by the looks of it, out there on the duotone D-Lab wing. It will be interesting to catch up with them on the beach and talk to them a little bit about their gear and what their setup's going to dial in like as this event progresses, because I'm sure there's going to be some changes that go down, and there are going to be some tweaks to the equipment to make sure that they can deal with these size of waves.
Yeah, and you just look, it is with replays like that, where you can just see all the way down. Looks like he's on a proto there, Chucho Nunot. I talked to him earlier this morning, out on about a 5 or 5.5 is the name of the game. We've got in between 12 to 14 knots the waves. What would you say, Tom? About 6 foot, maybe even an occasional 8 foot set?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some big sets rolling through. I mean, and it builds as it goes down the line. But look at this. This is Hugo dropping into his first scoreable wave. And as it hits the reef, it just fires off. But what they're really looking for is that shoulder to open up so that they can get a nice long ride down the full extent of the reef here on this epic point break of Punta Preta. See, he's chosen to pull off that one because it was closing out, wasn't quite going anywhere. And this is where the local knowledge of people like Zani Guy, Wesley Brito, and all the local boys are going to really come into play, because knowing the reef, knowing the wave, being able to choose which wave you take from the peak is yeah, it's really going to come in.
Yeah, it's going to put the cherry and the icing on the cake, I can tell you that. Chucho Nunot dropping in here, as we can see in the white wing. Chucho Nunot with the duotone now, yellow and purple out the bat. Zani Guy, and there we can see Hugo Marin with the blue in the middle. Chucho all the way out, hailing for Holland, for the Netherlands. and he is one of the North Riders getting us some scores. So waiting for some numbers to come up. It does look like still waiting for them to be confirmed, but I can give you guys a little heads up. Ugo Marin is going to be in the lead so far, as it looks like he had a nice one there. But it is getting glassy out there. I mean, the wind is very, very light so far. I reckon people are going to have to bring out big gear, Tom.
Yeah, we might see some board sizes change. We might see some people go out on slightly bigger boards just to make it easier for themselves. But, you know, these riders are super technically good. Here we go, Zanny Guy's taking a wave. It looks like one that's going to open up all the way down the reef. Choosing that. It looks like he's got quite a small board. That looks like a 35-litre board. Huge risk to take a small board, because if you come off the plane, fall off, or need to sort of get going again from that inside section, you don't have the volume in the board to help you out. It's all about, you know, digging yourself out of the water. As we see there, he's keeping himself going with a few pumps. Some great waves so far already. It's looking good. We got some comments coming in. Big up to Sam Schedule. Pretty sure that I would be out there, but if I was out there myself, I would probably be swimming. It is looking light, that's for sure, on the wind front. Having said that, Zanny Guy's wing is a small wing. That Duotone D-Lab, he looks like he's riding like, what was it, a 3.5, 4 meter. And this is where the rider's size and weight is really going to sort of pay in. This is a replay of that last wave, and you know, he's got some small equipment, small foil, small board, and a small wing. But once you're on that wave face, that's really going to make it easier for you. There you go. We can see the size there. That's a 4 meter wing. Here you go. Another replay from one of these back-to-back set waves that just keep wrapping in down the coast. I think that is Hugo taking his second wave of the heat. We're going to start seeing these scores dropping now. Zanny Guy with a 3.80 and a 2.0 so far. This one is looking like it's forming up nicely. I guess the judges are looking for fluid motion, smooth arcing turns, good read of the wave, nice wind control, and hopefully we're going to start to see some riders busting airs soon, because the potential of hydrofoiling in waves is huge. I really believe that. I think, you know, over the last few years we've seen such huge development in the wingfoil space, not just with the equipment but with the riders, you know, especially the younger guys now getting into wingfoiling. They're coming through with renewed energy, renewed style, and different ways of thinking about how to read the ocean. And, you know, from huge inverted flips to multi-spin handle passes to, you know, arcing turns on some of the biggest waves we've seen. It's all possible with a hydrofoil. Look at these replays right now. Just some true wave riding style, back to back. I can't quite believe how quickly they are getting from the inside back out to the outside. I mean, that's another huge advantage with a hydrofoil, is your ability to go upwind. You know, you're essentially reducing almost all friction in the water, so you're just flying that little wing underwater. These riders riding small wings, probably 500 square centimeter wings, and as small a wing above the water as they can as well, so that it doesn't get too much in the way when you're riding that wave. Wing control is going to be a big topic here, but because it's a side offshore break, look at that. They just set the line, wing floats by the lip, and then you are dropping down the face of what looks like one of the best waves you've ever had in your life.
The monster that is Punta Preta here. So let's have a little look at the scores, Tom. It looks like Chucho Nunot at the moment, you can see on your screen, racking it out. And this is the image that I like to see. Synchronized turns all the way down the line, peeling across this point break. This is why we are always so excited to come back here. And I mean, I don't think we have seen conditions like this in a wingfoiling competition.
Ever. No, I don't think we have, and I think this is something that wingfoiling really needs. It's great to be here, it's great to be part of it, and it's great to be watching this event go down in conditions like this, because these are rare. Like a point break like this, with just the guys out on the water, space to shred the foil any way you want without worrying about surfers, without worrying about other sports people in the water. It's one thing definitely to mention about hydrofoils in general, that they don't often mix that well with surfers. So if you are out there wingfoiling, you do need to be respectful of space on the water. But because we're in the GWA World Wing Tour Championship right here, they've got this place to themselves.
All right, Chucho, 10.03 or 5.03, 5.0, and we can see here, joining us in on the stream, it would be, mate, you're being called out, Tom. Pretty sure you would be out there, Tom. Would you, mate?
Yeah,
Come on, own up, own up.
Would I be out there? I mean, that's a good friend of mine, Sam Schedule. He's filmed me on a lot of my sketchiest sessions, I have to admit. And yeah, obviously on my YouTube channel, I make videos about wingfoiling, and a lot of the time my sessions do go wrong, so I'm not adverse to getting destroyed through a point break with my wing. So I don't know whether I would be out there or not. If I wasn't in this hot box, I would definitely be considering it, that's for sure.
That's nothing like the old Cape Verde and sauna, mate, so, you know, get all of the hangover out of the pores.
Yeah, exactly. Big shout out to the Isle of Wight foil crew. I've just been delivered some apple cake.
I'm very impressed with your, you know, food deliveries, mate. We've gone from sunscreen, you know, appliances to apple cake. It's all happening. I'm going to have to up my game here to see if we can get some stuff.
This is some serious service. But that, yeah, Chris Atherton, big up Chris Atherton, just delivered me some apple cake for the live stream crew right here on the beautiful island of Sal.
Yeah, Punta Preta again is going off. We have 2 minutes to go, and I will say it once and I will say it again. It is looking glassy out there. Ugo Marin in second, Chucho Nunot in first, and they are trying to catch up. I've just been seeing here on the stream, it looks like the scores are updated already on the competition. And here we can see Ugo Marin dropping into another bomb and opening up. This is the images that we want to start to see. I see a few of you guys and girls asking for the wave sounds. We are getting there, slowly but surely. Throw this link out, get the live all over the planet. The more views, the more help, the more shares, the bigger we can go, and the more we can get from our competition organizers to push it that little bit further. Hope you guys and girls are enjoying it so far, and it is very cool to be in here in the booth with yourself, Tom, enjoying the foiling action. I will say now I am getting envious. I want to get out there.
Yeah, I have to admit, it's tough to watch, but it's great to be part of. And these guys are taking it to the next level, I have to say. It's hard to ride waves gracefully on a wingfoil. It's hard to be out there in light wind conditions, and they're making it look easy, because look at some of those rollers coming throughout the back. I mean, if you get on the wrong side of those, you really will be in trouble, and it might be the end of your session. One small mistake could be not just the end of your session, the end of your entire foiling setup too.
Yeah, I mean, the consequences here, we saw Leon and Noah over there going very deep into the pocket. If you get that wrong, it's not like you can duck dive a foil.
No, exactly, Joe. It gets very shallow very quickly here as well. and you are taking risks by going onto the inside like we see here, because there are sprigs of reef that stick out that could take you down, and once you hit the bottom, you can't paddle that thing.
No, you can't, and there it is. That's the buzzer, meaning that the heat is over. We are still waiting for confirmation of scores to come up, but let's check the highlights of that last heat.
Okay guys, I'm here live on the beach with Leon after that last heat. It's great to see some UK representing out there. How was it on the water?
Well, it was crazy. Best 15 minutes of riding in my life. Like insane waves, just firing set after set, and it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often that you get conditions like this, especially with like just a few people on the water. I mean, how does it feel to take a couple of those bomb sets off the outer reef?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like kind of hard to control the foil at times, but if you get it right, then it's so rewarding and an amazing feeling.
And equipment-wise, what were you running out there, foil-wise and board-wise?
So I was using the new F144 rocket wing, and it's 47 litres just to getting up earlier. And then I was also using a 530 centimetre squared skate foil, so it's small to ride the big waves and not be overfoiled.
So there we go, there we have it. Great to see the UK representing hard, great to see the young dudes shredding out there. And back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Tom. As we continue on, and now we have Artur Tabor going up against Hendrik Lopez and Cleman Roseo, as we are going to be starting off. And we are going to be going into the action. And joining me here in the booth, Greta, welcome to the GWA.
Thank you so much for having me. It's such a big honor to be here with you and to sharing your amazing office with you here. I mean, honestly, it could be a worse one.
It could be a lot worse. I will say one thing. Being 4 meters away from the action and looking at it on a stream, this is really testing my patience.
I can understand that, that's for sure. But I mean, honestly, Pronta Preta, the name speaks for itself. One of the most amazing waves in the whole world. So can't wait to see more action out there because it's just insane.
Yeah, it's the second year we've been able to have the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour over here in Punta Preta. As we saw, last year, Muna White from Hawaii, who just won the kiting. She won the kiting last year, also the wingfoiling. Maybe we're going to be having a double whammy again. And then Wesley Brito, the local guy.
Local hero.
Obviously, he knows what this break is like. And one of the things we have been seeing here is experience is one of the most important, and wave selection, knowing the break.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, you can definitely see that all the Cape Verdean guys, they're definitely a little bit in a favor because they know how to read the waves, they know the spot, it's a very unique spot. But other than that, I mean, all the guys on the water, they're just so good. The level is so incredible high, and you need to be so determined in this wave over here. I mean, it gets shallow so quick, as we just said, and the waves are so big, and yeah, I mean, exciting. Look at these images. I mean, when an image speaks more for itself.
Yeah, as they say, image action speaks more than 1,000 words, or silence is deadly. And we can see here Clement Rossio there rocking out the Unit D Lab there from Duotone with a little bit of Lula. As all of the brands starting to get, one of the things we're seeing both in kiting and in wingfoiling is, what the brands are going for is construction. Is one of the, the biggest innovations, finding those materials to be able to make moves like that. And here we can see Clement. He was at the Nazare WSL XXL. And just beautiful turns there, Greta.
Oh my God, it's amazing. Look at this. Just as dreamy as it can get. Look how many turns, up and down. And I mean, he's one of the guys, he's one of the big wave guys, so he loves it. The bigger it gets, the better it is. We definitely see that.
Yeah, no, exactly. And here, Hendrik Lopez also out, who's going to be out there on the Cabrino wing. And then we have Artur Tobal, also another of the duotone riders, youngster from France, very powerful rider. Looking forward to see him getting out there. So we're going to be seeing them into action, 15-minute heats here. Day number 1, Cape Verde. If you are with us here on the stream, if you have questions, you want to know what's happening, you want to know about gear, let me just tell you here on the stream, it is open season. Ask any question that you want. We can tell you what the riders are using, what they're thinking of, how they're crashing or how they're going. Hendrik,
here we go.
Right in the pocket.
Oh yeah, beautiful. Look at this. I mean, he was just in the water yesterday, kite surfing. Today, straight into wingfoiling, a real, oh, that looked nasty. He got just washed. Ooh, he got a proper washing machine over there.
And Hendrik is white in the impact zone. He is going to have to doggy paddle like no tomorrow if he doesn't want to get pulled in.
This is one of the places where you don't want to be, yeah?
Yeah, that is definitely one of the places you don't want to be. So there we can see his board right there. And Hendrik, is he going to be able to get out in time? We are soon going to find out, as he is in what we like to call the Punta Preta extra spin. But he was really risking it down here, right in the pocket.
Just a little bit too much, yeah. Okay, going down. Let's see what happened again in the recap.
Extra speed and just went down there, unfortunately, nose caving. So yeah, we were seeing, and I can see Moritz also, we are asking as we are trying to get the scores back on the website. We do apologize for that. I have asked the technician and he says he is double checking. I will ask again. Thank you for that. We are trying to get all of it. Sometimes being here in paradise and in the middle of the desert, sometimes the internet connection is far from perfect, but we are making what we can with what we have, and I think the show is going to be, wow, worth it.
I mean, what's pretty nice yesterday now, so when we have been watching here the kite guys, the community here is so helpful. As soon as someone gets some trouble, some issues, and the gear gets washed up against the rocks, everybody's super helpful immediately. So that's actually one of the nice things to see, about issues like this one. But obviously, you don't want to lose too much time when you're in your heat.
Yeah, you want to be getting back out. So that is looking like Clement. Obviously, Artur is the smaller of the two duotone athletes, as we have 3 riders out in the water. Do bear with us. And because, like I say, they're on the same wing, and all of the colors look black as they're right into the sun. But I know Artur is the youngster. So the shorter of the two duotone riders, we know is going to be Tabor.
Yes, I mean, the young generation is pushing so hard. Some of the guys, they're the youngest, but at the same time, they're some of the most radical ones, you know? They're so determined and they're risking it all. So that's pretty great to see, actually.
Yeah, no fear is the word.
Yeah, exactly.
No fear is the word.
I mean, that's pretty helpful when you're that young, you know? Because usually the older you get, the more fear you also get. I mean, you develop it. But that's pretty helpful for them, that's for sure.
Yeah, now just continuing on. The wind is definitely look like it's dying. It is now in between 12 to 14 knots. Guys and girls, if you can hear me, pump up those big wings. Forecast was saying, as we can see here, it was saying that it was going to be dropping off towards the afternoon. And also tomorrow, the swell direction is going to be changing. So we are going to have to see if that is right. And there, Hendrik Lopez just making his way onto shore. Good to see he's okay. Hopefully he can get back into the action.
Definitely. Oh, yeah. They're not looking powered up at all. And I mean, obviously here you want to be a little bit more powered up to make sure to get out of trouble ASAP. But seems like the riders are stuck a little bit. Okay. Someone is lining up again. Oh yeah, look at those beautiful images. That's a big set coming in, actually. Wow.
Yeah, we got some size. 6 to 8 foot is the name of the game so far out there. Now, Greta, let's have a little look at the scores that we have. So, 3.07 and 4.07 for Artur. That is him there, coming all the way down. Artur Tabor, the youngster from France. Big open, carving hacks. Clément Rosselló, he has a total of 8.5 leading. Hendrik.
That looked so smooth, huh? He was having a blast, just cruising.
Yeah, no, very good
Beautiful.
out there. All right, there, Hendrik Lopez, Greta, getting back into the washing machine. Good to see him back up on his feet. Let's bring up the scores to see where we are. But what I can say is it is at the moment Artur Tabor, who we saw on that last wave, the young French athlete who is number 1. All right, so it does look like we are having some technical issues at the moment with the internet. So don't look at the timer. I am bringing the scores up so you can see what is happening with the numbers. Artur Tabor, the youngster, 10.37. What's Hendrik's doing there?
I mean, Hendrik just come back to shore. I mean, luckily he's okay, you know, he didn't get washed too bad. Seems like he's heading out again, and it seems like he's in 3rd position now at the moment.
Yeah, and there we can see also Clément 2nd and 8.5, but it is, I tell you what, it is getting glassy out there. Tom's going to be coming back in the booth very shortly as well. I could just see him, he got that interview with Leon, and I'm going to use my marker. I got a flag right out in front of us, and it ain't flapping as hard as it was before.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, looks like Hendrik is definitely back to shore. Oh, he seems a bit guttered, obviously. I mean, just missing out on that, unfortunately. Yeah, but that's part of the game, huh? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, as hard as it is here.
Yeah, you know, you got to lose some to win some, and sometimes, unfortunately, you got to risk it if you want that biscuit, and he was going all the way in. But we continue on. There it is, as we are 4 minutes to go. Thank you very much, technicians, getting it fixed. I hope everybody can see all the scores and it now. So, yeah, there we are. So, thank you, Moritz, for letting us know we are here. Andrew Core. Watch out. Big Papa's on the house. There you go. Hi, Andrew. Good to see you, mate. Or good to hear you. I've been told you are winning every sport compared to your son, or vice versa. He's smiling here in the background. I can see a smirk. So back to the action. That is Artur, as he is in the lead, but he's going to have to start to get his game on, because I can see the other guys starting to come in behind him. 3.5 minutes, Greta. Early days.
Oh yes, I mean now it seems like the elimination is up to 2 guys, unfortunately, because his Hendrik is back at shore after his very heavy wipeout actually. So let's see who's going to take it. Oh, beautiful images. Look at this, so smooth, just carving down. He looks also so stable, you know, really enjoying it. And those endless rides coming in.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah.
beautiful right-hander. I mean, Punta Preta, we have been so fortunate with the conditions. I mean, you know, Greta, you do a lot of the EFTT with the windsurfing side. How cool is it to be seeing all of the different water sports and where the athletes are taking it?
Ah, it's amazing. I mean, I always say that traveling actually and seeing all those amazing different spots around the world is one of the benefits of our, like in the whole water sports industry actually, you know. And having friends around the world, traveling to those different places, enjoying all those different kind of conditions, that's really what our sports is all about. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's wingfoiling, windsurfing, or kite surfing in the end, and sharing the same passion, you know. Yesterday, being out there and having all that Cape Verde crowd cheering for their locals and people, I have to say, it's been pure emotions. It's been so much passion around in the air, and it's been just incredible to be part of it. And I'm sure everybody who's here actually is just loving it. I mean, how can you not love Cape Verde? How can you not love the people over here, the conditions, the place, the food, obviously also the food. Let's not forget about that. So it's always a pleasure to be here and to enjoy this, that's for sure.
Yeah, the island of Sal here, Cabo Verde. The saying of the island, no stress. It does not get better. When you come to a place where their main, their main saying is no stress, that's my kind of place.
Yes,
That
agree.
is my kind of place. It's all about enjoying life, nice cold beer at the end of the day, enjoying the sun. And I mean, why wouldn't you when you have picture perfect conditions out in front? And Greta, I'm going to say it, the inside section of the competition area is starting to completely glass out. That wind is dropping.
Yeah, it's dropping a lot actually. But yeah, as you say, no stress, best slogan ever, you know, of a place, or actually it should be everybody's slogans in life, not only of this place. And yeah, it looks like really that it's dropping hard.
Yes, Jimmy, we are looking at about 10 to 12 knots on the gust. It is the more concerning thing is that the entire inside section now is starting to glass out, meaning the wind might have shifted a bit, so it's not coming in quite as close to the shore. We will keep you guys and girls updated, but what I will say is new generations, the young bloods, are coming in strong because Artur Tabor is in the lead in this heat, and he has been throwing down, and it looks like he's going to be going for another ride.
He's pulling off quite a show right now, huh? I mean, he's enjoying it to the maximum, and you can see that he's putting that on paper as well.
Yeah, no, he really, has putting the chalk to the board or getting the pen on the paper and enjoying another ride all the way down. The youngster from France, duotone athlete, Artur Tabor, is going to be wrapping this one up. And another great ride. I was talking to Ben, one of the duotone, the marketing manager. He was saying that a lot of these guys are going to be going out on the 500 front wings, and him being one of the smaller, you can see him on the Unit D Lab, and probably on the Sky Surf SLS, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, if you want to know anything about gear, equipment, what the athletes are using, what you use, let's get it in here in the comments. And what a great heat. Let's grab the highlights of that last one.
Okay, so that was some great action in that last heat. Great to catch up with the guys straight off the water on the beach as well. And we saw the first casualty of the rocks, I believe, in that last heat.
Oh yes, unfortunately. I mean, it's part of the game over here. It's obviously very sad when it happens to you. But unfortunately, we had a local hero, Hendrik Lopez, missing out on the second part of the heat because he basically just got washed and got a proper washing machine, so he came back to shore. But he's fine, and unfortunately, that's part of the game sometimes, especially here in Punta Preta.
Yeah, this is an unforgiving spot when it comes to it. If you get it wrong, it's a one-way ticket up those rocks. It did look like his foil was fine, though, and there was no equipment damage, so he got away with it lightly. But we're up next with the next heat. We have Noah Angulo, Camille Boyer, and Malo Guenol from France. 2 Frenchies and a
Local
Cape
hero.
Verdean local. So we're looking at local knowledge versus France.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Noah Angulo is no one else than the son of Josh Angulo, local hero, windsurfing legend. So obviously he has it in his DNA to be a waterman, you know. And then we have vice versa, Camille Boyer, one of the Boyer brothers, really strong waterman as well. And Malo Guenol, a big name, other big name. And obviously the Frenchies are always very well represented.
Yeah, they're big into the foiling game, that is for sure. Well representing out here. And I thought I recognised Angulo, so absolute legend in the windsurfing world.
Oh yes, his dad is one of the most famous names ever been, and yeah, I mean his son doing it all, and it's really cool to see him here actually in the wingfoiling part.
Yeah, and there he is dropping the first score of the heat with a 4.40. Nice to get some scores on the board nice and early because you never know what could happen next.
Exactly, building it up, you know, slowly, getting in some points and then risking it a bit more by the end of the heat. That's usually a good tactic, but let's see what the guys are doing.
Yeah, we've seen it throughout the event. You want to get chalk on the board early because you never know. Anything could happen, whether it's equipment failure or with this long period groundswell, it could even be just a long wait for the sets. And they've got slightly shorter heat times than we had in the kite surfing with the wingfoiling, but there's definitely no shortage of action out there. I mean, they are trading waves.
Oh, yes. But this is going to be definitely a very, very interesting heat coming up. I mean, different riders coming from different places, different styles. So, yeah, very, very curious to see what's going to happen now in the next minutes.
Yeah, I think that speaks to the whole of wingfoiling really at the moment. There's a lot of new names, a lot of new faces, a lot of young kids getting into it, all with different styles, different angles, different ways of riding and ways of reading the ocean. And I think that's going to be the most interesting thing in this coming year, in this coming season, is watching, you know, which styles and which way wins out.
Yeah, definitely. Agree totally. I mean, it's super exciting how fast the sport is evolving at the moment. I mean, look at the last 3 years, how fast it evolved. And I mean, most of the guys, they're actually coming from different water sports. They've been kiting before, or they're still doing it, you know, or windsurfing or whatever, all different backgrounds. And it's really interesting to see actually what they did with these backgrounds, putting that into wingfoiling also.
Yeah, definitely. And correct me if I'm wrong, but your background's in windsurfing.
Yes, exactly.
And I think, you know, from the early days of wingfoiling, it has favoured, I think, having a windsurfing background because it's quite similar in many ways.
Yeah, definitely. Totally true. I mean, 3 years ago, we had here one last tour stop of the World Cup, actually, Wave 1 in windsurfing. It's been so exciting to see the guys windsurfing over here. I mean, pretty radical, because with the wingfoil, you know, you're always able to get out a little bit. And also kite surfing is different here, but windsurfing is like really tricky here. And yeah, it's really not forgiving spot, you know.
Yeah, I mean, full respect to the windsurfers. You always, every time I'm kiting a point break or winging a break, when you see a windsurfer out there, you know how much work they've put in to be there, because it is one of the least forgiving sports, I would say.
Definitely. Least forgiving sports, one of the toughest sports, and you know, the issue is obviously more people are stopping with it before being really able to windsurf, unfortunately. But yeah, you have to be really determined to go here that close to the rocks and to windsurf out here, that's for sure.
Oh, I'm back to the action. Look at this. That's some critical turns. He was riding this wave from right out back before it even broke onto the reef. And that's one of another massive advantage of a hydrofoil is you can get onto a wave and essentially start riding it very early, so you can really like maximize the time you spend on your turns and riding the wave down the break. You don't need to be in the pocket until you really want to start getting critical on the inside.
Oh yes, beautiful. Oh, look at these images. I think the wave is dying here. Oh yeah, taking it out. Okay, let's see a replay. Oh, beautiful. That was a powerful turn, huh?
Yeah, he's really locking in here. Nice arcing turn, smooth upper body movements there. It's really, you can see he's dialing into his gear nicely. But like I was saying earlier, I think a big factor of wing foiling in waves is controlling the wing itself, because for the wing not to get in the way of you riding the wave and what you want to do on the wave is quite a big skill.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is usually also one of the first questions that people ask. How do I control the wing on the backhand? And then the tips are touching. How do they do this on the waves, So this is actually one of the, as you say, one of the most difficult things to learn, that's for sure.
Yeah, and anyone that's done it or tried it has probably run over their own wing at some point or another. It's one of those things that you just can't help but accidentally do sometimes, and that's in conditions like this, that would be pretty much game over for the equipment and for your heat.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, should we look who is leading?
So we've got scores dropping at the moment. They've all got chalk on the board. Every rider out there has got 2 solid scores, but it is looking like Malo
is leading.
Yeah, Malo is leading there. From France, 17.46.
Wow, that's a pretty high score. Look at this. And then in second position we have actually Noah Angulo, the local hero, going also very strong. And currently in third is Camille Bouillet.
Yeah.
One of the Bouillet brothers. I mean, he's also actually coming from a windsurfing background, because no one else than Antoine Albo is his uncle. So it's also water sports family, also running through his DNA.
Yeah.
So there's still almost 7 minutes left. So some time to bring in some more scores on the paper for him as well, for sure.
Definitely. I mean, it's actually amazing to see the sheer number of waves that are being ridden out there. There really isn't a minute of free time for these cameramen. There's just wave after wave being put down.
Yeah, that's actually what every water sports guy is dreaming of, right? These endless waves, wave after wave.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're out there, you've got a point break of this caliber with just 3 of your mates on the water. That was a good example, actually, of wing control. You can see on that last replay turn, he had some issues with the wings here, flipping over on the top of the wave. You've then got to deal with that. So it really starts to come in. It'll be interesting to see how the judges score that.
Yeah, I don't know how he did that and saved it. That was pretty good. Very impressive from Noah. Oh, look at this line.
Straight from the peak, all the way through. Ideally, you want to keep that wing upright as well, so that when you come off the end of the wave, there's no admin to get the wing in position to start sailing back out again. Because once you've worked yourself onto the inside, as we see here, you're not only in the white water, but if you fail to get away from the impact zone and you fall off and there's a set behind, it could be the end of your game.
Yeah, you're almost done. As soon as you come in here and you would crash, there's no way to get out anymore. The wind is so light. I mean, we can see him going out, pumping a lot. So yeah, you need to make sure to get out as fast as you can again.
Yeah, they're making it look easy out there. I can tell you, I don't know about yourself, but for me, wing foiling in light wind is always tricky.
Yes.
It's easy to get caught out when you think you've got enough power, but you don't. Well, there we go, another example just out the back of that replay of difficult wing control on that top turn.
Yeah, I think Noah just crashed on that outside wave. I'm just wondering. Oh yeah, we can see the guys going out again, lining up. There are 4.5 minutes left, so still some time to go. But Camille definitely has some work to do if he wants to catch up.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to better that 3.90, which shouldn't be hard, actually. He just needs one good big outer set, but it looks like the ocean's going a little flat at the moment with only 4 minutes left in the heat. We'll see if we get another set, but that's one thing with the long period groundswell is often it can be pumping, but there can be big gaps between the waves as well. So, you know, that's what I was saying earlier about getting chalk on the board early. It's nice to know that you've got a few good waves in the bag, so if it does go flat, you're not finding yourself at the end of the heat struggling for points.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pity, obviously, if you're just waiting around and there's nothing you can do about because it's just not in your hands, you know. I mean, that's Mother Nature deciding in the end which, which set it's sending you. But, yeah, I mean, currently Malo is still completely safe. He's super relaxed cruising with a score of 17.46. In second position, we actually have Camille, who catched up, and then in third position, Noah.
Yeah, back-to-back 8-point scores with an 8.33, 8.63 combined, 17.46. That's looking like a comfortable lead.
I mean, drone shots and film shots in general, they always look a little bit flatter than it really is. But right now, let us tell you guys, it is really, really flat.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about managing your place on the lineup, making sure that you're in a good place for when that next set does come in.
Yeah, you want to be positioned in the right place, in the right moment, that you really can get the wave and make the most out of it. Looks like maybe something is building up.
There's one thing about wingfoiling as well, though, is you do not need a big wave, you know, to ride a wave. You can see here he's riding an unbroken wave. We're all still tracking it down the line really nicely. It's not the biggest of set waves, but he's really finding the flow through the inside as that wave builds up.
Actually, it was way better than expected, that wave. Huh? It was quite long, actually, all the way until the inside. He definitely made the most out of it, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's what we've been seeing a little bit, actually, especially in the kitesurfing earlier today, is some of the really peaky sets that hit the top of the reef aren't going all the way through. So sometimes it can be to your advantage to pick a slightly smaller wave that sort of builds through the inside to the inside section. That said, with a wing, the tactics are completely different to they would be on a kite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. It's very interesting to see, actually, you know. And I mean, choosing the right wave, it's never easy. It doesn't matter in which discipline. But here it really comes down to getting the quality out of it.
Yeah, making the most of what nature delivers. That's what it's all about. You know, and winging is so good like that as well because it really does put you in amongst the elements. You're out there, like there's hardly any wind on the water at the moment, and these guys are just making it look so smooth.
Yeah, they're making it look so easy. I mean, makes us jealous over here. But as you can see, they're pumping a lot. The wind is dropping a lot. I mean, they are out with 5-ish wings, right? It's between 4 and 5, but they actually went with the 5-ish, I think, recently. But still super light.
Yeah, really light. It was interesting to talk to them on the beach a little bit earlier about what foils they're riding, what size front wings they're using, and he was actually saying that he felt overfoiled with a 550 front wing. Which
That's insane,
which
actually, if you
insane
think about it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the guys are obviously on low to medium aspect foils. You don't want to have too much lift, obviously, as soon as you're in the wave, and the span is not too large.
Yeah, but you need that speed, that efficiency down the line at a wave, especially at a wave like this. If you get caught up in that foam ball and you don't make that shoulder exit, as we've seen already, it can be terminal. But yes, low to medium aspect wings, definitely in waves, tend to generate a lot smoother turns. Exactly. And like give you a bit more stability through that bottom turn and top turn, which, you know, when you're looking to flow and ride waves really nicely is an advantage. and obviously higher aspect wings give you more glide, give you more lift, and more efficiency, like if you're looking to do things like sort of downwinding or long distance.
Exactly. It was just Noah coming out of another wave, actually.
Okay, it looks like the buzzer has gone for the end of that heat. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And we are back for the next heat of the day, and it is looking like a stacked one.
I mean, it's a proper French one, you know. Theo Demanes, I mean, despite he's an island boy from the Caribbean, but still French flag. Axel Gerard, one of the youngsters pushing through, and then Tom Aubert, but it's an all French elimination.
Look at that. I know, like we were talking about French representation. There are a lot of French riders here at this event, and yeah, there's a lot of talent from France in the foiling game.
Yeah, not only in the foiling game, actually also in windsurfing and kitesurfing. I mean, all over the wind and water sports, industry, all over actually.
That's
I mean,
true.
France really is a country pushing water sports a lot, and that's amazing to see. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, in some schools in the south of France, they're even teaching sailing at school. How amazing is that?
Yeah, for sure they are. I mean, I've spent a lot of time myself down in Le Cat in the south of France and around that area, and they're always hosting good events. They're always pushing the limits of what's possible with water sports, and I can tell you Le Cat has a lot of wind. It's not always the warmest place in the world, but there is a lot of wind. So yeah, they make the most of it, definitely.
Yeah, fully blowing always. I mean, there's nothing, or it's like a storm.
Yeah, exactly.
No way in between.
And normally within the space of about 10 minutes.
Yeah, true, very true. But I mean, France has a lot of beautiful coasts. So the north, the south, wherever you go, there you have tons of beautiful places and spots, and flat water to peeling waves to whatever you want, actually. So it's an amazing water sports nationality, that's for sure.
Yeah, big up the French crew.
And then obviously let's not forget about all the French islands, the Caribbean, Polynesia, whatever, they're all over.
Yeah, it's true. And here we go, we're straight in to this. That was a big wave, one of the biggest waves we've seen. He's nice and deep on that bottom turn. Not staying on the foil through the top turn though. Popping a little air. I'm really intrigued to see how this air game starts to develop, because I think when we see a few riders start throwing some airs, the box is open.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some riders, they're saying they love to do that actually. Some little aerials, 360s, whatever. So more and more riders are doing it, so it's going to be interesting how they're building up that level in that as well.
Yeah, okay, we've got some comments on the live stream. What is the average mast length used? And it's actually something I did just ask down on the beach earlier, and they were saying they were using an 85 centimeter mast, but I reckon somewhere between 82 to 90 centimeter mast is probably going to be the average length. But he was saying that 85 centimeters felt a little too short, because when you're arcing into a steep bottom turn, you need the length in the mast so that the foil's not breaching. So I reckon when the waves are this big, could see longer masts becoming more of a regular thing.
Yeah, definitely. Which then, on the other hand, you need to be very careful when coming on the inside, because it's getting shallow very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's true. It's always a toss-up. Okay, so this heat is starting to heat up now. Every rider has got scores on the board. Seen some of the bigger waves coming through here. Here we have. It's actually very difficult for me to tell who's who right now, just off the screen that I'm looking at, because it's hard to see. But there are riders dropping scores, looking like small scores so far, but we're waiting for the judges to drop some numbers. But yeah, it's really interesting to see these guys. We've got Theo Demenez out there, Alex Gerard and Tom Hubert, all French. It's a full French pack, and they're all getting some good waves.
They certainly are, Tom. And now 4.30 Axel Gerard, the Axe as he's been called. And I think I can see here Christopher McDonald. Chris Senior, hope you are doing all right, buddy, over there, enjoying the Hood River and the time off. Looking forward to seeing you very soon. And here we are. When is Clement retiring? Never. Age is only a number, Hans. Age is only a number. We can say that, can't we, Tom?
It says, why is Clement retiring? Is Clement retiring?
I don't know. I think he might be getting into the big wave scene even more. But, you know, after an event like this, I wouldn't be surprised if he'd be back.
No, for sure not. Definitely. This is it's one of those special events, special place. And we're about to see some very special riding.
Yeah, there we can see Tom Aubert here dropping in there with the Duotone D-Lab. It is starting to get hard to see as that sun is right in our eyes. And we can see at the moment 8 minutes to go. Going over the falls there. Look like Axel. I'm going to try and find out.
Getting really critical now. I mean, you can see as these riders start progressing through the heats, they're going to start pushing each other, and they're going to start going harder and harder. You see his wing's actually gone flat. His wing has burst in his hand. That is going to be the end of his heat, but he just shredded that wave with a completely deflated wing. But you know, you don't need a wing obviously to ride a wave. But when it comes to getting back out again, it's going to make life very difficult. One thing that's really interesting, and I think, you know, with going back to the question of mast lengths, I think, yeah, we're going to start seeing riders. Look, he actually burst his wing there with his own foil on a top turn. This is the replay. He top turned, his wing was in the wave, and his foil came out of the back of the wave on the lip, bursting his own leading edge. That, I guess that's going to judge really well. I reckon they're going to judge that highly, because that's pretty critical, if you ask me. If you're bursting your wing with your foil on your top turn, I would say that is as critical as it gets. Yeah, deflated wing for Axel there. Looks like he's paddling in. Will that be the end of his heat? Or will he try and re-rig, tackle the shore break to get back out there and take some more waves? Let's have a look at his scores so far. I think we're looking at a high score dropping for that last wave though. Well, it looks like a 7.33. So he'll be happy with that score because it's going to back up his 4.30. But not so happy that he's swimming. There we can see picking up the pieces from the reef on the inside, and that's what we're talking about when we talk about how critical this wave is, how much is on the line with every turn. I mean, that's one thing. Riding a wave like this is hard on the equipment. If you are out there for a joyride on your own gear and you're not a sponsored rider, there's a high chance that you're going to come in with a bag of washing and an expensive repair bill, I would say. But it's all worth it in the end, because if you can handle these waves, if you can get yourself to the level where you're ripping down the line on your wing, you are having more fun than most people out there. Sorry there, Todd, just correcting me. It's Teo Damas. Obviously saying it wrong in my British lilt. Just, struggling with the names here. It's also very difficult to see the screens. You can't see, but we are sat in a hot box with a lot of sunshine on the screen. So tricky to see everything that's going on.
Yeah, Teo Damas over there from the Caribbean. That boy, he is one of the top strapless freestylers. He was on tour when he was an absolute youngster, and he's grown up a lot now and coming here with the wingfoiling. But yet now, screen clean, mate. I've done the old window wiping.
That's what we needed, Joe, and a good old wipe down.
Yeah, all right. So in this heat, Teo Damas, Axel Gerard, Tom Aubert, and as it stands, it is Axel Gerard, 11.63. This kid riding out there for AFS, and I know Bruno is here watching him. And one of the things we've got to say to this kid is full tack air, which is pretty much all guns blazing, mate, translation.
Nice little bit of knowledge there, Jay.
All right, and we can see we are going to be having, so the idea today, just talking to Juan Antonio, our race director, Tom, is that we are going to be making it through round number 2 of the competition. So we are going to be round number 2. Round number 3 has already been released. So we still got quite a bit of action to come our way and waiting for more heats to come at us. But yeah, again, it does look like that wind has dropped once a little bit more. It's getting tricky out there.
Yeah, but you know, the riders are very skillfully handling it. They're handling it well. Obviously, the smaller riders are gonna start to have the advantage if the wind drops any further than this. But we might see them start to take out bigger boards and manage it in another way. I think that's one good thing with wingfoiling in general is you can tailor the equipment to the conditions in many ways. You know, from bigger wings to bigger foils to bigger boards. However, if you're out there right now, you don't want to be on a bigger foil than around 600, I imagine, because what I heard earlier was that a 550 front wing was feeling almost like you were overfoiled on the face.
Wow. All right. So maybe I was talking to Benoit. He said he had a 500 that he hadn't tried yet also. Maybe, I mean, it is so fast and so much water moving. We saw it, and, you know, that tide is on the push coming up. Let's not forget, about 6 o'clock in the afternoon is going to be that full tide. And yesterday, that's when we saw the barren sections. And I'm very impressed, Tom, how, you know, deep a lot of these athletes are going into the, you know, into the wave here. I mean, you know, talk about cojones, because you get caught on the inside, it is gone.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it several times already today. Ripped wings, falls on the rocks, mistakes are brutal, and this point break is not tolerant. It's an unforgiving mistress out there, but I have to admit, it's been very impressive for such early rounds. These riders are dialing it in, like I say, they're sort of getting used to their equipment, probably trialing different wings, different foils, and different setups just to know what's going to work the best. Because some riders have obviously put a lot of time in here and been winging here for a long time already, but there are definitely a lot of riders that have just come in for this event that will not have the experience.
Yeah, and just closing it out here, so it does look like the Axe is going to be taking this one home unless anything changes. As we can see here, Tom Aubert is going to be having a last wave. Are we going to be seeing the buzzer beater? And again, a shout out to Chris McDonald over there in Oregon Hood River, one of our co-commentators on the wingfoiling as well. Looking forward to seeing you, buddy. Hope you're enjoying the show. I'm going to say, you should see, if you think it's good on screen, you should see this in person. And the cold cervezas all day long, mate.
Yeah, what a sight to see. It's exciting enough to watch a wingfoil wave contest, but it's even more exciting when it's at a place like this.
All right, so there it is. It looks like we are going to have to wait for the numbers to come because it could be changing up. While we do so, you can see the highlights of that last right, so coming up next, we're going to have Nathan Van Vuren, Finn Spencer, Wesley Brito. Hold on to your hats. It is the Cape Verdean champion from last year is going to be going out in the water. As we can see, South Africa, Canada, and Cape Verde about to battle it out. Chris, the Black Mamba, is in the house, and it is time to get groovy down here. One thing I can tell you guys, we've got about 14 to 15 knots now. It has started to increase a little bit more, and it is hot. I got a little Cape Verdean sauna here. Our studio has a beautiful window to look out, but the downside of that beautiful window, it is like a reflecting glass. I feel like an ant underneath a magnifying glass in a science fair, but still enjoying the beauties that we have coming through here. And now we have some of the heavy hitters coming out onto the water. A big shout out, congratulations, Axel Gerard took that last heat, the win with an 11.63. And now it is time for the guys to go as we are getting ready. We're going to be seeing, as I said before, Nathan Van Vuren, Finn Spencer, and Wesley Brito battling it out here in the final heat of round number 1 of the men. All right, so let's have a little look-see here. Who is out on the water? Boom! Top to bottom. Beautiful riding here. All the way along, down the line. Now this is what we are talking about. Flowy, connecting, that foil all flying through. And you can see not even touching the board on the surface, just keeping it flowy and down the line. Oh, we've even got a claim. Our claiming on the first wave. Okay, that's keen. We've even got a claim. Oh yeah, don't worry, Chris. I will be dropping that line very shortly, and I'm gonna add to it. So you just open your ears and listen, mate. Open your ears and listen. As Obi-Wan Kenobi is going to show the Skywalker how it is done. Here we have the replay. Just look at that. It does not get much better. Picture perfect, paling all the way down, opening up. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is looking like the Mamba in the background. We're going to try and see if we can go a little bit closer. It's easy to, see where Wesley is. He is one of the biggest boys on tour. And we can just now, Nathan looking for a very good score. Each one of the guys have had a wave and looking pretty even across the board. $11 minutes already. And we can just start to get ourselves out as we are here, the final heat of round number 1 of the men down here in Cape Verde for the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And Nathan coming out of South Africa, 7.03 for that first one, a beauty. And now, all the way out the back. Is that going to be Finn or is it going to be Wesley? I'm going to say that is going to be Wesley. So Wesley Brito about to drop in. And there we can see Finn turning around as well. All right, so Wesley Brito there in front. Still not getting many waves. The guys are kind of having a little chill pill. And there is Wesley. there is Wesley making his way forward. And just dropping out of the wave there. And now the Mamba. Oh, the black Mamba is so deep. Look at him go all the way along, right in that power position. And just right on the reef. That is why he gets the extra kudos. Let's not forget he was the world champion last year and the winner of this event. And here we can see Nathan. Beautiful rail to rail, foil to foil riding here down the line. So I was talking to some of the duotone guys, and it looks like Wesley is on a 650 front wing, and he is going to be on the bigger board getting the leaders. He's going to be out there also on the Sky Scar FLS, so it has a little bit more volume, as it has plus 55 liters, and he is going to be riding the Carve 2.0 D-Lab. So let's not forget that's also available in SLS, as the D-Lab, especially the mast and the wings, have a little sharper profile, as they have that modularist carbon and a bit more durable. And if you need durability, you definitely want to put that stuff on here, because if you come and have a little cliss or a little, tango with the Punta Preta rocks, you certainly need that thing to be durable, because they do take a nasty bite out of the equipment. Let's have a little look here. And here, yeah, Axel unfortunately taking his axe. I can see Chris Senior. I just think you're a youngster, mate. Age before beauty, mate. Age before beauty. Junior, you got a long way. Casting a big shadow, that big man. You boys are missed. And hoping to see, as we know, the season is going to be coming back. We'll see you guys in France. We'll be going to Lucat for a little bit more freestyle action. And lane motive, I will let the guys know. I will say that the sun is right there, and we are doing our best with the cameras and camera positions that we have, as I've mentioned before. All feedback on the stream, feel free to send it to me directly, DM me on Instagram or here on the comments. Oh, that is so cute. Look at the doggy. There we can see Julia Borgi and her Rottweiler, making sure she is well looked after. And yeah, like I said, if you guys have feedback on the stream, ideas, things that you want and things that you would like to see, things that you think that could be improved or that you are happy about, feel free to share, as it is slowly but surely increasing the stream. Share it out there. We want to get all of the brands involved. We want to get the wingfoiling community so we can have streaming at every single one of our events. As all of us know, making events is not the easiest feat, and any help is more than welcome. I hope you're enjoying the commentary from Tom Court and myself, and we had Greta in here before as well. Day number 1, but this is day number 4 for us. As we've been here, we've already done the GK Kitesurf World Tour. And here we are just enjoying these beautiful waves. And Cape Verde is firing. And all the way down the line, as at the moment Nathan has the highest score, as he has 7.03, 4.47. Wesley Brito 10.27, 6.17, 4.10. And let's have a little look at the replay of that last wave. There's the replay here, Nathan, just down the line. And look at that laid back Big Wednesday style there. And I just love the flow of this athlete, top to bottom, making sure he's just using the power of the wave. And here we are, the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. I tell you what, there is dust here. Even after a shower, you still use a towel and it comes out completely brown. So we are here in the middle of the desert. That is this paradise that we call Cape Verde. The island of Sal here, Punta Preta. We have had some of the best wave conditions to date, and just enjoying being here with you guys and girls. One of the things I had a little talk to Benoit Carpentier, and Tom was getting some answers there as well, is that sometimes most of the athletes at the moment, they're on in between 550s and 650s, and they're saying that even so, those foils, those front wings are too big. They need to start getting, because there's so much power in the waves, so much speed. I know Benoit has a 500 that he was going to give a roll, but also let's not forget the shore break. You need to get past that, so you want to be able to get up quick. I mean, you know, you got to risk it if you want to get those top waves. As so far, just enjoying again. South African Nathan van der Vuren is in the A game and top position as he leads this heat. And he is up against the event winner from last year, Wesley Brito. So you can see him rocking there. The Unit D Lab from Duotone, as the Black Mamba is here, but he still needs to get a bite if he wants to be getting first position.
Yeah, Wesley, what a powerhouse that guy is. I've winged with him several times before, and he is a magician on a foil. I've winged several times with him where I've not even been able to get up off the water on a much bigger setup than him, and he's just doing rings around me on a 700 foil and a much smaller wing, and he weighs about 90 kilos as well, if I'm not mistaken. So he's not a small guy, but he does have power on his side, and as we can see in these conditions, power is needed to be pushing you down the line and to be able to really control those wrapping turns.
Yeah, and also, you know, Nathan there, the South African, has really been getting some of those big archy turns. So he's been out there, the fly surfer athlete is out there on the town, the wave free ride freestyle one, the surf wing. And, you know, that's kind of their all-round wing that they have in their range. And 14.10. Finn, we just saw there on the replay. And here we can see our judges. Looking serious there, mate? Looking serious?
Looking serious. Looking like they're tabulating scores hard. I mean, I would not want to be in their position. Like, to be, they're obviously developing the judging criteria as we go, because, you know, it's difficult to know what we were even going to see from these riders out there whilst we were here. And I'm sure we've only just seen the tip of the iceberg. But as you can see, what I'm really liking is some of these real deep arc wrapping turns. You can almost call them roundhouses if you were surfing, you know, where you're coming back into the pocket. Look at that one, just rising back into the pocket on his backhand, coming back round and then exiting off the wave to safety before heading back out to the peak.
Yeah, there, if I'm not mistaken, that's looking like Wesley once again. As we can see some of the comments coming in here on the stream.
Yeah.
First place goes through. Yep, exactly. There we go. Healthcare. We don't even have to say this, mate. Everybody already knows. So we can see, yep, first place goes through to round number 3, and then the other two go to round number 2, the place that I like to call the dungeon, Tom, where you have to battle it out to save your life.
The dungeon, or the dingle. It used to be called the dingle round back in the day. It's actually a well-known heat format for a lot of competitions, you know. It just means that everybody in the event, regardless of even if you lose both of your first heats, you get 2 attempts to be in. And sometimes, you know, sometimes for no fault of your own, equipment failure or, you know, getting hammered up the rocks or whatever it might be, the best rider might get knocked out in the first round, but it will give them a second chance to build their way back up through and come back to the top spot again. And here we go. I reckon there's an air on the cards here. I reckon he's hunting for something. He's definitely training down the line. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see a few more air sections, but as we can see that they're just sizing up the the lineup, the different types of waves that you're getting, whether they're long, fast runners or whether they're these sort of fat wrapping waves. But typically on a wing and on a foil, a fat sort of slower wrapping wave is what you're looking for, so that there's less risk.
Yeah, and I tell you what, this is going to be too close to call before we get those official scores in. So we're going to hit the highlights of that last heat. But it looks like the Mamba's going to have to ban it out in round number 2. We will get the results right after the best waves. Welcome back, everybody. And there's the image, as it says more than 1,000 words. Round number 2, elimination round already. This is where it will start to go, because whoever loses is going to be going out as we are continuing on with the competition.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get brutal. Elimination rounds, just 2 men on the water, Hendrik Lopez and Clement Hammond. Both very, very good riders. Switzerland and France looking strong on different setups by the looks of it. Let's have a look. There's some good sets coming through further down the point at the moment, but not much up on the peak. There's, yeah, this one looks like a small wave. I think it's going to build as he goes down the line. And yeah, get involved in the comments of the live. Ask questions. See what you want to know about this spot, these riders, this place, and the setups that they're using. What the judges are looking for, I guess, is smooth, flowing surf style, well-ridden long waves, connecting turns, and innovation. And that innovation at this point is everywhere in wingfoiling. That wave selection is such a big part of this, especially as the wind is pretty light out there. You've got to make sure that you're really sitting in the right spot. You don't want to be coming off the plane, especially on some of these smaller volume boards, and then not being able to to catch the waves that you want as those sets start rolling through.
Absolutely, Alex McDonald. Chunky is the word, and it is getting heavy out there. We've seen some boys get caught up on the inside, and they are paying their dividends here for Punta Preta. That's so far out on the water. We just saw Nathan Van Vuren from South Africa going through in first position. And now let's see what happens out, as this is going to be the first heat of round number 2, as we are getting ready to go.
Yeah, there we go. GWA, Global Wing Association Tour here for the World Cup. And what has got to be some of the best wingfoiling conditions that I've seen in a long time. I'm not going to lie, I would like to be out there. Looks like a hell of a lot of fun.
It is looking ridiculous out there at the moment. Just perfect waves peeling down the point break. I mean, we could not have asked for better conditions, Tom.
No, indeed. This is as good as it gets for a lot of these riders, well, for anyone on a wing. And here we go. Another wave taking it from a long way out, right off the peak, sizing it up and getting in a few of those arcing turns before it starts to develop into that racking point break down the Punta Preta Reef.
Yeah, there we can see Clement come on the gong gear there with the white and green, and then it's going to be Hendrik Lopez on the Cabina gear out the back. Clement Ramon, a very talented surf freestyler, and now let's see how he's going to be doing here in the waves. Round 2, he's got to get his A game on. A nice backside ride right now. All right, so waiting for some numbers to be hidden, but Clement there, just a easy kind of getting into it, Tom.
Just easing his way in. There's Hendrik Lopez out the back. He's on a duotone D-Lab wing, if I'm not mistaken. And he's looking like he's just biding his time out around that priority buoy, just waiting for the sets to roll in to choose his next wave. 9 degrees in northern France. That sounds less than ideal. I can tell you it is not 9 degrees right here. It's more like 35 degrees in this box that we're sitting in the lovely island of Cape Verde, in the direct sunshine, blistering heat right here.
It is. I mean, the Cape Verdean sauna. I reckon we should patent this. Containers with a glass front, that's it. And who needs the coals? Who needs the coals? But yeah, now just coming up on past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Forecast was that as soon as we started hitting 4 o'clock, the wind was going to be dropping. Holding there so far. It was a bit of lull mid-morning. And now you can see Hendrik top to bottom all the way along.
Really connecting with a few turns. He's quite far out down the line. He's quite far away from the pocket. It's difficult to know how the judges are going to score that, but obviously a foil does allow you to put some of those nice arcing turns right out in the open face. So I'll be interested to see how like open face performance compares to really deep pocket critical turns, you know, because some of those nice big drawn out arcing turns can look so good, especially when you almost turn them into a roundhouse where you go back into the pocket. That for me is really nice. And another thing with the foil as well, you can actually turn above the lip because your foil is under the water. You can send it out the back of the wave and turn that board above the lip. So if I was a judge, I would be looking at things like that, looking at how high you're going up on the wave,
absolutely,
and how you're using the unique aspects of a hydrofoil to your advantage.
And there you can see waiting for some results. So I do apologize, we had some wrong information here. It's Clement Rosseo on the duotone and Clement Ramon out there on the gong. So those are the two riders. So Clement coming in and down. Some reason there was a little technical error there. So Clement backside all the way. Nice open face, holding that together.
I have been riding with Clement a lot over the years. He is such a competent rider. He was riding in some incredibly sketchy wingfoiling conditions years and years ago out in the Canary Islands already, and he can handle himself in those big waves, so he's going to hopefully use that to his advantage. As we can see, they're trading waves as he comes in on his gong equipment now. Nice looking wave, big open shoulder. He is deep. Is he going to get snagged by the whitewater? No, it's nicely played. Going to keep running down that open reef. And look at this. This is like a PlayStation game going on out there.
It is. X circle, triangle, R1, double left. That's what these boys are doing.
What's that, like a GTA code hack, GTA cheat hack?
At least, at least. And there we can see it looks like with the scores are back online. So 577, 513, Clement Rosselló, 370 for Clement Ramon. So Rosselló once again, and here we can see the replay. Both of these guys backside, so we have a backside standoff.
Yeah, nothing like a backside standoff. But they're both looking confident, both taking a lot of waves and a lot of risks. I like that wave. That was deep. He was definitely behind the foam ball as he came out of that last turn, and he carried on linking it through to the inside. Looks good. Big up to the McDees, tuning in from Baja. I guess that's Baja, Mexico. Another absolutely epic spot.
Such a cool place.
Great place. Some amazing waves down there as well. Here we go, riders on the beach, getting ready for their next heats, chatting gear, no doubt, cheesing foils. As we all know, if you're a foiler, you loved nothing more than talking about foiling.
Gear tech, mate.
Gear tech, mate. In my house, pretty much there's no other topic that we talk about other than foiling sometimes, which my mum gets very annoyed about. But hey-ho.
Hey, you know, such is
life, eh? Foils make you happy.
Oh, missing it there and continuing. There we can see Rosselló all the way down, just able to keep himself together on that one.
Yeah, just getting a little wing breach, almost overfoiled, as they would say. Maybe on a foil that's slightly too big for the speed, but you can see him also squeezing in a few cheeky rail grab turns. I mean, anything you can do to really separate yourself, develop your own style, and make yourself stand out in these situations, I think, is to your advantage. You know, he's nice and deep in the pocket, but let's see that little wing breach there on that speed section as he was coming down the face. Top to bottom turns, keeping it simple, pulling off early, and getting ready for that next set. But scores are dropping. Clement Rosselló currently in the driving seat with a 577 and a 513. Combined score total of 1090. That could change any minute because this is a lovely long wave from Clement Ramon. Just pulling off there. Didn't like the look of that white water. It's interesting because when you're riding a foil as well, you really notice the texture of the water, and it's something that I think when you learn to foil, you start to understand. You're not riding the surface of the water, you're riding what's underneath the water, and it does take a bit of time to understand that. And when you're riding in waves like this, and you can see a big lump of white water in front of you, and you're doing 30 knots down the line, you're about to come into a bunch of bubbles, it is gonna hit you hard, and it's a tricky thing to get through. I would compare it to moguling on skis.
Yeah, you don't want to get into those bubbles. Bubble baths are not what you want when you're on a foil. And here we can see Clement Ramon, as we're just waiting for scores to come up again. We do apologize. We are having some internet issues. And it looks like they're hitting the reset. So, Ramon, 8:46. All right, we are here, Tom. We're gone. And an 11:04 for Rosselló. So we are back in action as it looks like all systems are go. Rosselló so far in the lead.
Yeah, he's doing well. Loving it out there. Speaking to him earlier about his adventures at Nazaré, and he's been doing a lot this season.
Yeah, I mean, he is a waterman. I mean, he's just done the kite surfing world tour. He's now going to be doing Wingfoil world tour and seriously getting into the big wave riding. He was down there in Nazare, you know, having a great result over there.
Yeah, he came second in the Nazare XXL with Nico von Rupp, I believe, on his team. And the way they do it there is they have ski teams and tow partners. So once you choose your tow partner for the event, and then they do safety for each other and tow each other into waves and also ride together. Just because it is a real team game when you're riding those sorts of big waves, everybody's looking after each other. It is a different sort of atmosphere. Having spent a little bit of time myself hanging out at the amazing Nazaré in Portugal, it is a rather special location.
That is one of a kind, that place. It is one of a kind.
But no more special than this. I mean, it doesn't get any more perfect than this.
No, it doesn't. We've already seen some of the best waves we've been having so far. But Kasper Zoller absolutely throwing down on this day number one. He has got an absolute banger of a photo there from our photographer Lucas. Drone right pretty much almost in the bow. He has got all the bows and all the whistles, and just these conditions we could not dream. And I'm going to say a shout out and thank you to Mother Nature, as she has definitely thrown us a bone during this Cape Verdean World Cup for both the GKA and the GWA.
Has indeed, Joe. Has indeed. This is couldn't be better out there, really. Perfect light wind, although the light wind is keeping that face super clean. Seeing the riders just trading off bangers, as they say. These sort of sessions that most of us would dream about. Pretty sure I did have a few weird dreams last night about these sort of sessions.
It's one way of calling those dreams, mate. One way of calling those dreams. I'm not going to say it just in case there's any kids involved.
That's what happens when you sit in a hot box all day.
Yeah.
Looking at perfect swell. Start dreaming about it.
All right, so Alex, what wing and board sizes is the average here? So talking to most of the riders, it looks like they were going out on their 5-meter wings. And then also when it came to boards, most of them were using around a 40-liter board. That was the name, you know, kind of the word on the street when I was out there this morning. We've seen a couple of changes in equipment because it had the wind kind of dropped and lowered out. Obviously, you know, the likes of Wesley on the bigger leaderage, and then Malo Genole also, he likes to go on a fatter, chunkier board. But I'm going to say around the 40 liters, 5-meter wings, and then for the front wing, you're looking in between 500 to 600. So if you want to know anything specific of any of the riders, I will get the info for you. But that's kind of the average, wouldn't you say there, Tom?
Yeah, definitely. See Clement on this wave now. He's riding, I'm pretty sure he's riding the 45-liter Sky Surf board. That's sort of becoming the average size, I would say now. Between 40 and 55 liters would be the average size for a good winger that's very competent on the water. That said, myself, being at around 90 kilos, I'm riding like a 75-liter board most of the time, just because if it does get light, and you know the wind does drop or go fluky, or you're going out in sketchy conditions, it can cause you a lot of troubles to have a board that's too small.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get up. So obviously also the Sky Style SLS, and now continuing on as we are coming to the end of this heat. It is getting close. Let's have a little look at the scores, please, as we want to know who is in that first and second and third position. All right, so it looks like we are still having those internet technical issues as we have an AP flag is in the sky.
Okay, they are. You know what? I don't envy the judges in this. landscape, because these guys are just putting down scores left, right, and centre. There's been so many waves ridden. What wave count we on?
We were there with 7 wave counts, and that's the end of that heat. Mount Rushmore is going to be going through at 11.04, but I'm seeing the AP flag is in the sky, so I'll tell you what, we're going to find out what is going on while we are enjoying these highlights and short commercial break. All right, so back out there on the water. We do apologize, as it looks like the scoring computer here completely overheated. And Camille Bouyer is going to be going up against Kieran Verman. It is an absolute scorcher here today. So change that up, new computer in, and that should be a lot better for the scoring. Tricks of the trade, this kind of things happens. And now we are going into action. Camille Bouyer, Kieran Verman. So there you can see Camille is going to be going out on the RRT. And Kieran hailing in from, and we can see him getting into the water. And getting ourselves ready to go. All right, green flag is in the sky, and it is a go as we are getting ourselves into action. There we can see Camille Bouyer. Camille, one of the top riders on tour. Let's not forget that he was last season. He was in the top 10 on the overall, and now getting together with Kieran. Let's see how these boys do. Kieran, a very talented surfer himself, as we can see right into the sun. And it looks like we're going to have the guys starting to get some vibes. All right, Camille just opening up, getting a nice little schmackaroo on there, getting a couple. And Deborah, yeah, we are back, and we are back in action. All right, bye for the guys are out the back. As we continue on here for the first day of competition, the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And what a first day it has been. You have had waves plumping all the way along. And now just starting to get into the groove. It looks like you're going to be able to see some of the athletes making their way through, because let's not forget this is round number 2, so whoever gets kicked out here is going to have a one-way ticket home. And there we can see Kieran cruising and perusing all the way down the line. So there we can see Kieran racking out the PPC foil. Yellow and grey out here on the competition area, and then we have Camille Bouyer out there with the gold series from Roberto Ricci. Had a little chat with him before, as he was saying he was going out on his Blaze and the Beluga, 44 liter, and he was going to be trying probably a 604 was what he was saying. And now, all right, airing in the section here, 15-minute heats, as we are now coming up on minute number 10. Starting to get the vibe down here, Cape Verde. It is just coming up 20 to 5 in the afternoon. And we just enjoyed a nice little bit of fish and rice in that break to get the old stomaching check. And now more action is going to be coming our way. And I can see Snicker bar number 2. All right, so back in action again. As I tell you what, the internet, I'm going to throw a hamster and give him a couple more carrots, Tom, because he is playing with us today.
Running on that wheel, Joe, just keeping the 3G going down here on the beach.
Oh,
yeah, there's been all sorts of technical issues on the stream today, so we apologize for that. Nonetheless, we are still live with some of the best wing foiling action that you are likely to see in the next months. What a spot. What a day.
I mean, no, this is what we wanted to see. You know, Punta Preta firing the wing foilers. I take my hat off to them. As you know, the Gladiators, it was, I salute you, as they have been going deep. But hey, if you want, you know, if you want to, you've got to break a few eggs if you want to make an omelette. And if you can't stand the heat, get out the kitchen, as they would say, Mr. Liam Dredge. And I can see him joining us here. I know it is great to be loving the beautiful conditions of Punta Preta. Camille Bouyer at the moment in the lead, 8.20. Kieran Verma is in second position with a 5.40. This is round number 2. Do or die moment, mate. Do or die moments.
Do or die, indeed. And we've seen a couple of the latter options as the riders take tumbles in the critical section earlier in the day, and there's not much coming back from it. But you've got to risk it for the biscuit, as they say. We even saw one of my favorite moments was when he burst his wing with his own top turn. I mean, that
is radical.
That's critical, yeah, if you ask me.
That is critical. He axed himself.
Yeah.
Axel axed himself.
Exactly. The Axeman. The Axeman. Right, okay, so we're obviously still having issues with the scoring system, so we're quite honestly not sure of this. Oh, no. There they are. The scores are back.
No, those scores are wrong. We do apologize.
So we've got some comments coming in. Big up, Wing Live Podcast. Thanks for the awesome coverage comment. Hope you're enjoying it. This is where the center of wingfoiling is right now worldwide. We're at the GWA here in Sal in Cape Verde at Punta Preta, and what an amazing day it is for winging. This is where we start to see the beginnings of what could be the future of the sport. For me, riding waves on a foil is what it's all about, and to see these riders out there, look at that drone shot as they rip down the line on that replay is what makes foiling so magical. It is a different way to read the ocean, a different way to read a wave, and a new learning journey that anyone that's looking to get involved with will no doubt find their own personal struggles to overcome. Look at that. That is deep there with that whitewater, like double overhead whitewater rolling through on the outside. He's tucking back into it. Is he going to keep going down the line? No. Pulled off, decided against it, but like you can see by how he's pumping, there isn't much wind out there. Like a small mistake could really be consequential, coming off the plane, touching down on the board, and losing momentum. But look at that take. So nice to start deep. Let that white water just chase you down before you bottom turn around it, hooking into the section. And yeah, I mean, always scary when you pull off the back and you see the next size, the size of the next wave being double the size coming towards you. Something that you definitely are scared of if you've ever ridden Nazare, because there's never a wave that comes in at the same spot, and every time you look over the shoulder there seems to be a peak heading for your head. But this wave is like a mechanical clockwork wave machine, just crunching down the line. Look at that. That's a great drone shot, up close and personal there as he rips down the line. It's a good question. I mean, there's a lot of questions on the stream about what wing and board size is the average for these conditions, and we've spoken about that a bit earlier with Joe. Probably the average board size, I would say, out there, probably 45 litres for these guys. Maybe between 40 and 55 litres. Some guys choosing to take bigger boards due to the lighter wind conditions, but they're all of such high standard that they're making the smaller board volumes look effortless, even in these light wind conditions. And wing size, average wing size ranging from a 4 to a 5 meter, really, I think, in these conditions. Probably not seeing any bigger wings than a 5, because wing management is a big topic when it comes to riding waves, and once you get up into the ranges of a 6 meter wing, starts to become a lot harder to avoid hitting it when you're going down the line. Like, keep the wing out of your own way and manage it above the lip. So yeah, like ideally the smaller the wing you can use, the better it is for riding waves. But you can see these duotone D-Labs, very good in light wind, and a lot of other brands coming out with their own Alula wings, which are a lot stiffer and a lot better in lighter winds. Material changes coming into effect when it comes to performance in the design of both the foils and the wings at the moment. It's a rapidly changing area of design with no real right or well, there's some wrong combinations out there definitely, but there's no real right, perfect one setup for every condition.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get the gear that works for you and to be able to know the conditions. And Camille Bier, one of the top 10 athletes on the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour, And having a look at the comments here as well, as we're continuing in, we can see quite a few people connected. And what foil sizes are we using out there? Front wings in between 500 to 600. And what would you say about the fuselage, Tom?
Yeah, fuselage is an interesting question. I actually haven't asked any of the riders about their fuselage lengths yet. It's one of those things which is personal preference, but I'm saying most of these riders are going to be riding very short fuselages. You know, depending on which brand you choose, they will have different crazy short, different names for different aspects of the way they design their setups. And some wings now, you know, with the D-Lab wings and the D-Lab setups, they're fixed wings with adjustable fuselage lengths, so you can actually like tailor to the conditions. But a short fuselage allows you to turn a lot faster, a lot quicker, and a lot snappier on the face. So I think, you know, for wave riding, for getting into wave riding, and for, you know, using a foil setup in waves, you are looking to shorten your fuselage quite a lot. There's one thing that I learned a lot about when we were doing a lot of tow foiling back in the day. And when you start tow foiling in bigger waves, tow foiling at waves like Nazare, you want a longer fuselage to stabilize yourself at speed, to reduce how twitchy the setup is, and yeah, to adjust your kit to the gear. So who went through that round then there, Joe?
Yeah, we just saw Camille Boyer taking the win at 10.13, but a big shout out there to Kieran. Great riding. And also Roger the minibus, who probably got about 12 to 14 knots, would you say, Tom? Something like that?
It's definitely variable. It's variable wind strengths. You can see, when you see the drone shots, you can see how patchy the wind is actually. But yeah, I think in some of the gusts, there's definitely some 15-knot gusts, but probably averaging around 11, 12.
Yeah, it's looking like
knots.
that. Yeah, on the inside, looking a little glassier, but the athletes still throwing down the turns and the hacks here, Punta Preta. Let's see the highlights of that last heat. Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with action out here. Tom Albert and Zanny Guy going out on the water. All right, so we're back in action out there, and now we're going to have coming out on the water Tom Albert, Zanny guys. So Zanny, the local from Cape Verde. Tom, you've been hanging out with him quite a bit over the last few days. Super silent and chilled guy.
Yeah, really, really nice guy. I mean, like everybody from here on these islands, he is a chilled dude, good lad, super friendly. Yeah, feels the flow of life, like lives by the ocean. And, you know, just has a good aura about him.
No stress, mate. No
stress, being their local motto here, which is a great one if you ask me, and something that we've probably lost sight of back in the UK. There seems to be a lot of stress around at the moment back there. But out here in sunny paradise, ripping down the line of some of the world's best right-hand point breaks.
No stress?
Hard to be stressed.
Absolutely, mate. It's got to be something to do with the weather down there in the UK, I'm telling you. Tom Albert there on that first wave. Here we can see Zanny Guy, Cape Verde. There's a replay of his wave, and it looks like Tom Albert also got them. Both of the boys out there on the Unit D lab there from Duotone. A little bit of the Lula coming out in Cape Verde.
Yeah, it's a great wing. It's one of the favourites from the team, and a really good performer in these light wind conditions. It's a stiff material, just delivering that sort of forward drive that you need to get going in light winds, allowing the riders to ride smaller boards and smaller foils too. So, you know, as all the brands, you know, start to develop this equipment, this sport, and riders start to push, we start to see things get better and better, more efficient. And look at this set coming through right now. This absolute fire going down the line.
All right, so nice riding here, starting to get the power. I'm going to call that Tom. It is so hard to see, and unfortunately,
yeah, I think
same
so.
lycra color by the looks of it.
Yeah,
I think that's Tom.
I think so. It was a nice wave, a bit on the smaller side, but start to see it connecting a little bit more down the reef, so we might see some longer rides coming through. I was going to say, just whilst we were on that last highlight break, I looked out to the left here and saw live a massive aerial maneuver.
Yeah,
straight
Camille.
off the lip from Camille, which we didn't get to see on camera. But interestingly, like, you can see when they're setting up for an air, because they use it. Sometimes they use the wing for the air itself, so that you can actually
windsurfing style.
Yeah, windsurfing style. So at the moment, right, you can see that they're very much got one hand on the wing. When they lock onto a wave, they drop the wing, they completely release the power, and they've only got one hand on the wing. And when I competed recently in the Kerno Foil Classic back in the UK, big shout out to Chris Burke and the guys from Poseidon Kiteboarding that organised that, they had a rule that your wave ended as soon as your second hand got put back on the wing.
Yeah, that's been a big discussion that's been happening over here on the GWA as well, because there's kind of two schools. You have people, you know, I've seen Cash Brazzola, the Maui crew. Also, you know, do we want to be allowed to have that second hand and kind of power? You know, I mean, Cape Verde has had some of the best windsurfing events. I mean, you know, Josh Angulo, the man himself, this event when it was PWA, you know, the Jesus Christ is flying through the air, hands behind the back, off the lip, connected to the windsurfing sail, two hands. Or do we want it to be going the, let's say, the more pure surfing way, where you are having that wing in that neutral position and you can't get that second hand on? It is a big discussion out there at the moment. Hey, tell you what, comment, give us your thoughts. Which way do you think the sport should go? Where do we want to take it? What's your views?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear from everyone out there about that, because, you know, I personally think it would be a mistake to start restricting things at this stage in the sport. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Because, you know, there's so many possibilities, and we've seen the likes of Kai Lenny at Jaws a while back, you know, almost flying along the lip, you know, obviously doing massive airdrops with his wing. I mean, I think sometimes it was also with the surfboards. It wasn't strictly wing foiling, but at the same time, there's the possibility with a wing that there could be some amazing potential with the air game, flying, like soaring the lip, especially in these side offshore conditions, huge long airs, like you say, with like a windsurfer. but with even more potential, possibly.
Yeah, I think also, like well put, Tom, is that when a sport is so young, so let's not forget, wingfoiling is still very young and it's progressed so far, you don't want to clip its wings. You want to see where it's going, and then you can start to fine-tune it and take it into a direction. But you want to explore all the possibilities and then, look at it from all different aspects. Let's not forget, there's industry aspects, there's style aspects, there's rider aspects. There is everybody that has a say, for the better of the sport. Because, for example, from our side, we've been involved in water sports since the beginning of time when it comes onto the kiting side, is that I think the most important thing that wingfoiling has achieved until now is there are so many kids involved in the sport at an early age, and that just shows it has a bright future.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. We can see here, this is Tom Hubert from France by the looks of it, just wrapping into a nice linking section. Few nice power turns before he decides to pull off and get back out to the back. But yeah, I think it's a good point. I think we're not really going to start to see the sport sort of develop in a direction until we've had a few of these events. We start to see who starts winning. We start to see these young riders developing their own styles, developing their own ideas on how, they're going to do things. And, usually the sport is driven by the people that are on the top spots, And we've seen it over the years in kiteboarding freestyle, again with the likes of Hadlow. Oh no. Oh, he was lucky there.
That's what I call moving like lightning.
Yeah, it was a nice save. He does not want a set wave to come through now, but it looks like he's going to just about make it over the top of that and manage to save himself from almost certain destruction. You do not want to put one of those D-Lab wings over that reef, that is for sure.
No, that would be a touchy situation, to say the least. So, going into the scores, we have Tom Hubert with a 7.77, Zani Guy from Cape Verde with a 5.13, Hubert 3.90 top wave, 3.87 bottom wave, and then we have Zani Guy's 5.13 for his best score. Continuing on, and there you can see just chilling out in the ocean. Look at those colors. Sunny paradise down here in the island of Sal, in the archipelago of Cabo Verde. And what a beautiful location. This place has been firing for us all week long. Tell you what, Tom, we're even getting dangerously close, mate, to having a tan.
I mean, mate, I've got, as I've said before, more than a tan. I've got a British tan.
Right.
It's a red burn. It's a red burn, even from inside this box. But look, going back to the comments, we've got some answers straight away. Kevin Collins coming back on that rule. Does not think it's a good rule at all by the looks of it, using some unsavory language. But two hands is how you set up the next section to air. Don't put any restrictions on airs, and I tend to agree with that, to be honest, because we haven't really seen what the full potential of this is, and the next comment is agreed with that, but then we've got Moritz just down below thinking he thinks waves are waves without the wing, but in freestyle with waves. I mean, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but freestyle with waves, they can take the wing for everything on the wave.
I mean, it's okay. Let's get this discussion go. Let's go into it. I personally think that cutting the wings of a sport when it's young is the wrong way to go. Then we can start to educate the sport as it gets a bit older to see what was the best avenue. When it comes to the air game, let's go to the origins. Let's go to surfing. Air game in surfing is a big part of surfing these days. You can see it on the it is now, but it wasn't before.
Yeah, exactly.
And it has had to evolve. I do agree what we don't want to see is freestyle moves on the flats or the face of the wave, but I think what we do want to see is maneuvers going off of the lip.
From lip
back to wave.
Exactly.
Be it one hand or two. I'll leave that up for grabs and discussion, and for the top athletes in the sport to invent and progress and take it to new levels. But what I don't want to see is people doing 360, frontside freeze just as they're coming down the wave, That I'm not a big fan of. But if you can rack that at the power section of the wave off the lip and land clean on the face again, Bob's your uncle, you got a winner.
Yeah, you're looking at some of those like sort of toe side cork sevens off the lip, like Radiculo and those riders doing. Imagine that back into the wave, you know, with a setup like this. I think the sky is the limit.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
It looks like that was a lovely wave from Zanny Guy right there. He's looking to improve a 4.77. At the moment, he is, he's needing on the score line, but it's not impossible. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what the judges are going to score him for that last wave.
Yeah, and you know, also one of the things, you know, like you're saying about the freestyle maneuvers, I think I am a huge fan of rail to rail, or in this case, foil to foil surfing. You know, look at the GOAT, Kelly Slater. He stepped up his air game when it came to the times, but you take the likes of Mick Fanning, you take the likes of Kelly Slater, Joel Parkinson's, you know, the real veterans and absolute destroyers. It is about the power surfing. Then nothing beats rail to rail turns, but then if you can add a little flair of the air game in it, then I'm a fan.
Yeah, but you see it happen, right? They were the winners for years.
Yeah.
They led the sport. They drove their style. And then you get the next generation come in. You get the Brazilians start to step up. Italo Ferreira coming in and just starting to destroy the air game. And then they start to drive the sport. They start winning. And I think that's what we're going to look for from this event. And what's going to be so interesting here at the start of the 2024 wing season is who's going to win this event and why they're going to win this event. And once we've seen that, then we're going to start to see how we start to formulate the rules and start to sort of narrow down that judging format. And that's why I said earlier that I don't envy the judges out there right now, because there is potential for a lot of debate. There's potential for a lot of questioning, and I don't know. It's a great and a very exciting time for this young sport.
It's an open conversation, mate.
Yeah.
An open conversation, and it is so cool to be part of a new and upcoming sport. And wingfoiling, already worldwide one of the fastest growing water sports of all time. And now we can just see as Tom Albert and Zanny Guy. Tom Albert with the upper hand at the moment, 90 seconds on the clock. It does look like they are back in position if a wave will come their way. And then next up we're going to have Finn Spencer and Vinicius Martins.
Nice. Yeah, I did a really good, I had a really interesting beach interview with Leon Scheel earlier, who I actually just met today. He's a UK rider, a young kid from the UK. Apparently he's been ripping this point break since the age of 13. And then last season, I had a quick word with his dad as well. Last season, they didn't think they were even going to run the wingfoiling at this break because they didn't think it was possible. Whereas we've got riders as young as 13 shredding this break for fun now. And, you know, how big a change is that in just a single season? And now seeing all the riders more than competent, enjoying this setup. And, you know, we've only really seen a couple of incidents on the rocks. So it's not, you know, it's not out of the aspect ratio that we're going to see a lot of change coming up.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, Tom, I was here last year and we even had a secondary spot ready because we and the riders did not know if it was physically possible for them to ride such conditions. And, you know, also, you know, the brands as always, and a big shout out to Duotone and F1 for pushing this event and helping to make it happen. Their equipment as well. Equipment has evolved. They've now, you know, wave riding is becoming a huge thing because now we have a, you know, a separate section where there is pure wave events. So you will have the wave champion as well. And you can see, you know, in the end, there is freestyle, there is wave riding, and this is one of the spots that, thanks to the guts and the evolution of the sport and the athletes from one year to the next, they are charging here in Punta Preta.
Yeah, it's super impressive. And, you know, I really think as well, like, as we see, like 7 years ago, this sport didn't even exist. Let's say, and I've seen it from kite surfing as well. When I was a kid, being a professional kite surfer didn't even exist because Kitesurfing didn't exist yet.
Exactly.
So I've seen the invention of that sport, and now in the last 6 years we've seen the invention of this sport.
What's next, mate?
The kids involved in this industry right now, pro winging wasn't available to any of us less than 6 years ago. So, you know, like, that's how things change, that's how rhythms go, and it's super nice to see that sort of progression. And also, I think there's one thing that's really interesting with a hydrofoil specifically, is it's starting to unite all
water sports. Yep,
you know,
agreed.
even from
100%.
sailing, you know, you see it, like when kite surfing broke the 60-knot speed record for the first time ever under a wind-powered on the water, sailing was like, hang on a minute,
we got to say something.
We're going to invest $8 million in a Vesta sail rocket to beat those guys, because they just did it on $2,000 worth of equipment.
Yeah.
And then now, you know, all the racing yachts. Okay, hang on a minute. Let's just go back to the highlights of that last heat. And we are back straight into the next heat. Finn Spencer out there, Young Ripper versus Vinicus Martin. It's going to be a good one. We heard from Vinicus earlier on an interview. He's stoked to be here. He's been here for a while, training at this spot. Finn Spencer, young rider, keen for it, from Canada. He's out on the water at the moment. There he is, just pulling off that wave there. Didn't seem to link on that first one too far, but he's going to sail back up the point and get straight into it. Turns out I started rambling a little too long there about the future of hydrofoiling, but I forget what I was even saying, to be honest. But something to do with how hydrofoils have really started to unite all water sports, really, whether it's from performance sailing. We see it now on America's Cup. We see it across all the sorts of sailing sports. Even the Verde Globe boats and stuff, they're putting hydrofoils on them to start reducing weight of the hull design and increase speed and efficiency through the water, and then all the way down to surf foiling and prone foiling. And you know, it's across the board, unifying everybody under the umbrella of the foil. And for me personally, that's super interesting.
It is. I mean, like you say, I think it is one of the things that has unified the water sports. I will say, I'm still waiting for the hovering skateboard from Back to the Future. We aren't there yet. I'm still waiting for that one, mate.
Well, mate, we do have flight boards.
We do.
You know?
Oh,
yeah,
here we
have
go.
the
Dropping
flight
it in.
boards.
I like it. Go on, go for it.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, flight boards. I've been riding a lot of e-foils recently, and Flightboard have been developing some of the best e-foiling equipment for a long time now. And I met those guys right at the beginning of the development process for electric hydrofoils, and the new Flightboard setup that I've got at home, Joe, mate, is a thing of envy. But let's go back to this action.
Yeah, the action out here on the water. Yeah, those e-foils are incredible. I saw you having some fun over there in Dubai, racing it out.
Yeah, actually.
Vinicius Martin's there, making his way over. But yeah, that looked like a really good trip, Tom.
Yeah, actually, Dubai E4 Championships, I managed to take the win out there in Dubai. But that was a very science fiction style event.
Dodgy judges, must have been dodgy judges.
Ripping through the middle of Dubai on a flight board, that is epic. Some good scores starting to drop. Finn Spencer, really nice score to start off the heat. You can see it coming in as a 6.43 there. Great way to start. Really locking into those outer sets. You can see some of these sets are so big now they're starting to crumble through.
Yeah, we're just waiting for those numbers. It does seem like a 6.43 there for Finn Spencer. And we are just waiting for that one to be confirmed, as I can see it up here on the stream, but it is flashing on the screen here. But it is looking like Finn has two very nice waves, and then finishes Martin there with another good one as well with a 3.93. 10 minutes going in this heat. We got Finn is on the duotone. We have Vinny out there on the Neil Pride and the JP setup. Vinny, a big wave rider, caught up with him earlier, and you could just see that interview we had. You can see the stoke, Tom.
Yeah, you could, exactly. He's been out here for months already, dialing into the conditions and really getting used to this Cape Verdean relaxed style and these big waves. But you see, just having a little trouble there on that top 10, and you can see the big set starting to roll through. So that was Finn Spencer there, yeah, just failing on that top 10.
Let's see if we can see the number. I know I could see him pumping up a 5. He's rocking board shorts. 5? I think you might be right, mate.
4.5.
Looking like a 4.5. I mean, he is a light guy and rocking the board shorts, so no extra wetsuit weight.
Look at this. Look at this. He is waist deep and just
makes it look too easy.
Makes it look so easy. Just jive that board underwater, waist deep, sees the line coming in, and just almost like he's sitting in the surfing lineup, just bang straight into that next swell.
Yeah, and here on the stream, Moritz, I agree with you. We will see how the format develops in the future, and all of us are hyped. And then I saw here, you know, talking a little bit about Cash as well. Kevin, agree. We saw, you know, the air element that leads to a carving 360 that we've seen from Cash. Cash, he is, you know, one of a kind. Cash is definitely, for me, he seems like a professor. He's always thinking, inventing, such a talented waterman coming out there from Maui for the Armstrong foils. And like we say, sky is the limit, and enjoying some amazing wave riding and some conditions over here, Cape Verde. Just look at that image. Finn Spencer dropping in.
Nice surf style, really keeping it critical there, right in the pocket. Nice, drawn out arcing turns. Good wind control. He's got that foil on lock, and then he's going to pump through a flat section to work it down the line for this building wave. Look at this.
Oh yeah, to gain a bit of speed there. This is great riding from the Canadian Roundhouse.
Little hook, stooling up into the run, and this is one of the best waves we've seen, I think, for a while. A little straight air there. There we go.
Ollie on the face to the lip.
Ollie, Ollie, Ollie.
Ollie, 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 Aussie, 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 Canadian, Canadian, Canadian. As here we are, as we keep on going for the first day of the live stream down here.
Vinicius Martin. Vinicius Martin answering straight back.
And the Brazilian making his way back out into the lineup as we continue on. It's a lot of different languages out here, mate. A lot of different languages.
Yeah, yeah. There are indeed. A lot of strange names. Different languages.
All right, so out of that heat number 11, I can say Tom Albert has won over the local boy, which was Guy. So Tom Albert is going through into the next round. We're going to be completing round number 2 of the men today. That is the name of the game. So we have a few more heats. Let's have a little look-see. Finn Spencer, Vinicius Martins on the water right now. We're going to have Gregorio Pugliese, Noah Angulo, Julian Boyer, Hendrik Lopez, Leon Schiao, Wesley Brito, Chucho Nuno, and Theo Dumanis. And that's going to be it for the day. 15-minute heats, quite a few to go. And the sun is nice and high in the sky. We've probably got about an hour more of sunrise until it goes and takes a little plunge into the ocean.
So saw a nice 360 there from Vinny. That was a nice little addition to that wave. Only a small wave, but talking of air game, there it is. But yeah, the carving 360, going back to that, I think, you know, there's so many options when it comes to the area of water and wave that can be used with a foil. We can, you know, we've got the ability to project out into the flats and then come right back round and attack the wave from a completely different angle. And I think, you know, there's all sorts of ways to translate it. And like what I was saying earlier, it's about learning to read the ocean in a different way, thinking outside of the box. And I think that's what we're going to see from a lot of these younger riders, especially that grow up with the sport. They're going to not have their, you know, that sort of their mindset stuck in that traditional sense of riding waves or that traditional surfing style. They're going to start innovating quickly on what's possible with a foil. And you know, we see it, you know, across Instagram all the time. I'm sure if you guys follow a lot of the foiling Instagram channels, there's innovations daily that keep us all very much entertained, from everything from pump foiling to surf foiling to winging, you name it. You can do it with a foil. Look at this. What a wave. Just really locking into that. Just back-to-back turns. Just keeping it smooth, keeping it consistent, and really not letting anything, you know, interrupt that motion. And I think that's going to do really well. See there, and with that turn, he cuts back onto the wave in completely the opposite direction. More than a turn, it's a roundhouse back into the pocket, and then, you know, just staying right in that section. Be interesting to know what mast length, to be fair, he's riding. But yeah, I mean, myself, I use an 82 centimeter mast, but I do think that longer masts in these conditions will probably come out on top, especially as you start laying down those bottom turns and, like, yeah, those carving 360s where you really need to jack that board round and lay down into the turn. But there's no reason why anything's not possible. Having a look at some of the comments. Winging in waves is so impressive. Yes, it is indeed. We're all a big fan of this. Lots of comments coming back on that particular topic. It is indeed. Moritz, at the age of 17, getting involved in the comments. It is indeed very crazy what people can do on a foil already. And it just keeps, you know, innovating daily. And I remember being very excited about that in the kitesurfing industry, you know, when things were changing so fast and tricks were being invented every contest. It's a very exciting place to be in a sport, a very unique place to be in a sport, because sports aren't invented every day. And we are very lucky to have seen a sport like wingfoiling literally be invented in the last 6 years. I'm sure, you know, early versions of it have been around for longer, but this is a very young sport, and yeah, it's to be appreciated for that fact. Vinny just, oh no, is that, yeah, that is Vinny, just getting deep on that one. Finding it difficult to keep the power in his foil to get around that section. He's doing well. He's got a 7.57 on the board. 6.43. It's a really close heat. Less than a point in it, with Finn Spencer in the lead at the moment. Goes for a lovely backside 360. Very nice. That was really nice. That was in the critical section of the wave. Nicely landed, flowed out of it, carried on cranking a few turns. That's what we're going to need to see, I think, to start seeing some really high scores.
All right, so as we continue on, we have a battle in between Spencer and Vinny. 20 seconds. I've been seeing 360s left, right, and center. And I tell you what, Tom, on the left over there at Punta Preta, we're seeing that kind of slabby style that is on the other side. We are starting to see 12-foot and maybe even bigger sets roll in.
Yeah, I mean, this swell is amazing. Less than 2 seconds on the heat. There we go. Buzzer gone. Let's go to some highlights from that heat, because that was a banger.
And welcome back, everybody. So now, local boy Noah Angulo going to be going up against Gregorio Pugliese from Italy. So these boys are going to start to rip it down. I tell you what, there are some absolute gigantic sets coming in here to Punta Preta. That sun is right above us. And here we can see Noah just starting to go down the line. Local boy from here in Cape Verde. The son of Josh Angulo, world famous windsurfer. Seen some amazing riding from Josh. And now here the youngster. I saw him out there yesterday ripping, looking to put his mark on the old map. And we can see him out here just coming down as he makes his way, the Ozone rider, starting it off. You can see the replay just backside of that last wave all the way down. And yeah, Moritz again, 17 years old. It's a lot of time for you to get in and out. It's incredible what these guys and girls are doing. Best of the best in the action. Get yourself out there on the water and Kellens. Yep, it is a sport for the young and fearless. Age is only a number, mate. Age is only a number. But yeah, it is incredible that they have absolutely no fear. Gregorio Pugliese here with the RRD dropping in as we have a battle out in between these two guys. And let's have a little look-see of the numbers so far, looking like Pugliese. Oh, and just cutting slightly out of that wave here, but he's going to be caught on the inside. Is Gregorio going to be able to get out of this situation? Looks like he has run into some trouble there as we now continue on with the action. Punta Preta waiting for scores to come down there for Noah. And who is going to be taking this one home? So waiting for numbers. Here we have Noah. Boom, up, down here with the Ozone. Nice backside, chill, cruise, laid back style. And looking like Pugliese got a good score on the board already. And now let's see. Here's the replay of that last wave from Angulo. There we can see coming out onto the beach. He's still got plenty of time. So we've got a 15-minute heat, about 12 minutes to go. Gregorio Pugliese rocking it out for RRD Designs. Out there on his Gold Series Alula, and he's probably going to be on the Blaze and the Barracuda. The team edition, the carbon boards there. And here, just coming out of the ocean onto the ROPS. A little bit of a belly flop there to make his way through. As we continue on for this first day of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour.
Wow, Joe, did you see that last hammering there? That was cool, being caught out by a serious set wave through no fault of his own. He just did not see that size of that second wave that was coming through there and just got caught in the mix. caught in the act, as they say, which is also happens to be my Instagram handle. If you want to follow me on Instagram, at Caught in the Act. Just a shameless plug there, but it looks like everything was fine. His equipment looks good. The D-Lab wing looks like it survived all right. I think the foil definitely having a little sand. They're definitely sanding a few chips off that front wing after it got dragged over the rocks there. But all things considered, that could have been worse. Definitely could have been worse. But there is starting to be some real heaters coming through. The sets are massive. Just upwind, you can see, you can't really see until they put the drone shot up, but there are some sort of 10 to 15 foot sets rolling through on the break up the coast here now. And yeah, the heat is in the ocean. Just as we approach high tide this afternoon, this is when things start to really pump. It is 5:30 local time here. We've got about half an hour of light left in the day. We've got 2 more heats to run, and it's looking good for this first round at the GKA Wingfoil World Tour. Little shot that's set up there.
Yeah, and I do apologize, guys. It has been a very long day, and I had wrong information on our sheet here, as Gregorio is on ozone now. You are completely right. Obviously some old numbers on there. I do apologize to you there, Gregorio, as he is now the ozone rider out on the point, and there we can see Noah, who is making his way out as we continue on. So yeah, my bad. It's been a long day, guys. So Noah Angulo riding the car all the way up to the point.
Yeah, look at that. It's just getting there. He knows he's got time left on the clock. Needs to get out. This is something that's worth talking about as well, Joe. Getting into the ocean on a wing here is hard enough. Most people couldn't do that. Look, he's having to drive down the coast to find the keyhole in the shore break channel just so he can get out, and then he's got to sail that far back upwind to get to the point. Look, you see there the shot of that coastline. There's a little crack in the shore break. That's the only way out where these competitors can actually access the ocean, because you don't want to get served by that shore break right there, not with a wing or a foil.
Yeah. All right, so 6.5 minutes to go, and there you can see Angulo all the way down there, having a look-see to go back in to the competition area as he's picking up his board down there to make his way back in to the action.
Mate, we've got Steve Kitchen up on the live stream.
No, Kitchen.
Big up Steve Kitchen, yes. Flashback to the Animal Windfest days.
Oh, mate, it's been too long. There is a beer as well overdue.
Yeah, indeed there is. He did message me not so long ago about his wing foiling tales, e-biking to the beach with his wing foil kit on his back. That has fired him up again to get back into water sports, and I think, you know, that's a true story with winging for a lot of people.
Yep.
It's got a lot of people back on the water. It's got a lot of people back fired up again to learn and to get wet, which is always a good thing.
Always a good thing. And yeah, Steve, I'm telling you, open invites come over to Tarifa, mate. Open invite. Be great to get the gang back together. Actually, I was with Joe Gregory from Animal last year over in Mallorca. She's got 2 kids now, Tom.
I know, that's how it goes, Joe. That's how it goes. Time passes. Look at this. This is the shore break that we were talking about. How hard it is just to get out. You've got to really time it right. Like, see, even those small waves can absolutely destroy you. It's an advanced move, just being able to get through the shore break.
Yeah, and you can see there Noah trying to make his way out, and Gregorio still all the way out the back as they are trying to get some rides. But here you can see, as I mentioned before, I do apologize, getting that wrong going off the sheet, and Gregorio changed to the ozone family as we can see him rocking out there, getting off some nice backside riding and all the way down the line.
Ozone seem like they've been stepping up their game with the wing designs. Good, well known for their paragliding over the years, and they've really got some good riders now on their wingfoiling team, it seems.
Yeah, and looking like he's out there on the fly, if I'm not mistaken. Having a little look-see here as he is making his way down. And here we can see Noah trying to get back into action. So 5.83, 4.65, Pugliese, Noah Angulo for 5.40. So way in the mix as we continue on. And I tell you what, absolutely, Glenn, it is a gear destroyer, that shore break.
Indeed.
Sponsors, you were going to have to up your contracts just to be able to get through the gear here at this event.
Look at that, though. Look how motivated he is. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Made it out through the shore break. Drove there in the back of a truck to get back to that priority buoy out the back. But this is the real beauty of a hydrofoil, is how quickly you can get upwind. You can really turn up the pressure, get upwind fast, and be straight back into the lineup. Look, there he is.
I mean, look at the sets that are rolling in there. I mean, you
Oh.
know, we can see his dad, Josh Angulo, who was the one in the car, took him into position. And I tell you what, we're going to be seeing some action. All right, tacking around. He's going to be going for this one. Here we have Angulo in the house. What's it going to be?
Look at that. Chose the right wave, if you ask me. Was given it by Gregorio, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Maybe out of respect.
All the way down. You can see the wind from the wave actually playing with our drone there. And there we can see golden hour all the way. Here we go. Noah Angulo looking to improve. Needs something around the 5.0. 5.03 is what he's going to need if he wants to be going in the live. And yeah, that was definitely good timing there from the Cape Verdean.
I mean, this could easily be over a 5-point ride. That was a long wave right from the peak. Great form to get there in one hit straight from that shore break entry. What's he got for us on the inside? Is he going to just power into some sort of air gain? It looks like it's reforming. No, he's taking this.
He's going back for more.
He's going back for more. 2 minutes on the clock.
He is going to be going back for more. So waiting for numbers. I'm hitting the refresh button here like the Energizer Bunny. And to see, because he made his way all the way in from the bottom area, and to see if that is going to be enough for him to take the lead. Pugliese also turning around and looking like opening himself a little bit further along the bay. And Angulo, 90 seconds. And again, the ocean's talking to the local boy.
Mate, I know. He's done really well to get worked across the whole reef so far, not break any gear, get straight back out there, and not be put off by Gregorio as he continues to slay this wave. He's had the whole heat out there to himself, basically.
Yeah, all the way down. Also, Gregorio. Beauty of a ride. Chilled, cruising style. Top to bottom, rail to rail, foil to foil. And look at that. Nice. A little hook back there from him. Gregorio, good wave. Answering back there, Tom.
Yeah, that was a great wave. Good answer. Looking to improve on his mid 5-point scores, but Angulo realizing there's not much time left on the clock. These guys are obviously clued in with their timings. He knows he needs something big. What's he going to give us? He's 20 seconds to go. I don't know whether this wave's going to deliver for him.
Yeah, he's got a 4.7 and a 5.4. He's going to need something bigger. Is he going to be able to get that buzzer beater? We are still going to find out as it is going to be closing out. So, waiting for results to come our way. There it is, the end of the heat. We're going to grab some highlights and find out if that was enough. Welcome back, everybody. Hendrik Lopez, Julien Boyer, heat number 6, round number 2. 2 more heats to go. And Julien Boyer, he is one of the top riders we have had out here. Last year, let's not forget, he was in the top 10. And him together with his brother Cammy. We saw Cammy doing a really nice air off of his heat just as he was coming back to shore before, getting some good height. Mixing it up. That argument has been brought up on the stream. 2 hands or 1 hand airs. Do you want to see airs on the face or off the lip? I'm going to say general consensus is don't cut the wings to the sport. And if you're going to do it with style.
Exactly, exactly. You know, style is one of those things that's hard to bottle. It's something that everybody finds personal to them and not something that you can teach. Oh, look at that. That was
Hendrik Lopez going down there.
Good effort on his opening wave. Let's hope he isn't inside on this next set wave and he gets away with that one. But let's have a look at the replay. He just breaches that wing on that top turn. A little too enthusiastic for his opening wave. But you can quite easily, it looks like he's made it out okay, no worries. That's a good thing with riding really offshore conditions as well, and especially with a wing. Like a wing makes riding bang offshore possible because you can ride upwind directly. So you almost want really offshore conditions when you're riding waves, and that also means that you can get out again quickly. You know, as soon as you can get back on the board and get the wing in the air, it's going to pull you out past the brake. So it works well.
Yeah, looking like we can see Hendricks out there on the Mantis, if I'm not mistaken, there from Cabrina. And he is rocking up the nice black and yellow combo. So, yeah, it looks like he's on probably the 5 meter when I saw him pumping it up there before. And also just, you know, getting down the line, making sure he can keep nice and connected. And there also with the Swift and the macro air. So continuing on here. So Mantis is the name of the game for Hendricks. And let's see what kind of surfing we are going to be seeing from him there. Maybe what he had going very like you say, Tom. I mean, you got to commit. If you want to take it, you got to commit. And now here, just dropping in. And enjoying the beautiful sights that is Punta Preta, and it is just peeling down.
Look at this one, it's linking through onto the inside section really nicely, right from out the back. Oh no! We have an impact
again
in the impact zone. He is getting a bit overexcited out there. That one looks like it's going to be difficult to recover from. His board is still in the white water there. There's people running up the point to try and get him help as quickly as possible.
Hendrik going down again after that nice wave there from Julien Boyer.
Let's have a look at this replay, what happened.
Yeah, that's the one before, so that's Julien Boyer.
It looks to me like maybe he's overfoiled. You know, like it's really tricky to take these big wave drops, these high speed accelerations. Like, look here, he just can't hold on to it. Here he is
in the washing machine, down in the mush.
You can see how shallow it is.
He's going to work this event, Hendricks.
Yeah, he has had 2 unlucky waves, but it seems like most people are getting away fairly lightly with their equipment, though.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you in a place like this, the last thing you want to be doing is thinking if something happens to your equipment. You have got to commit and just go full in, and that is what our athletes are doing. Hendrik, you can see shaking his head. Not a happy man because he's gone over the falls twice, but I will say it, keeping the wing intact. You've got to be happy about that because normally it would mean game over when you go over the falls here in Punta Preta.
Yeah, well, this equipment these days they're making is strong, you know, like they're making it for purpose, designing the new wings so that they're, you know, really resilient in waves, got minimal things that can break, and obviously it's not like a kite where you've got lines and you've got like other complicated elements. All you need to do is kind of resist the wave causing too much pressure on that fabric, and it shouldn't break really.
Yeah, and there we can see running up again. So there we can have Hendrik Lopez running to try and get back into position, but while he is, we got Julien Boyer just riding all the way. Nice open face carving hacks there, Tom.
Mate, looking for his backup score, but he's basically sailed this heat on his own at the moment, with Hendricks getting a little overexcited. He got a 2.33 for that first nice opening wave, but then, as we saw, got carried away on a top turn. He's gonna try and launch from here.
Ballsy.
I don't know about that. That is...
I mean, he is from here. This is our hometown, so I'm going to hope it's not the first time he's done this.
I mean, it's coming up to triple overhead, and it's a reef break. I mean, you might struggle to paddle out on a surfboard, let alone a wingfoil.
Yeah, I can see the smile. Look at him. He's going, yeah. And there's Ayrton Cosadina, the winner of the kite surf discipline, a champion over here in Cape Verde. But yeah, I mean, look at this. Julien Boyer taking no prisoners. 5.40 for the first wave. Looking like he's going to have another mid-fives for the second in the driving seat so far, Tom. I can see how Tobias here on the stream saying a Frenchman who's not on gong. That is very true. The Boyer brothers have been with Roberto Ricci Designs for a very long time and representing down here in Cape Verde.
Yeah, there's a lot of different equipment about these days. A lot of new things to the market. A lot of people kind of coming to the game of wingfoiling, the game of foils, as they say. But this looks like the sketchiest launch. I mean, we should keep tuned into this, because this is
doggy paddles.
If he can get out here,
I'm buying him a beer.
I would give him a 10.
I will buy him a beer if he can get out here.
Look, he's waited. He's bided his time, but there is a set on the horizon. He needs to move. He needs to move like this. There's so much water going down that point. He needs to get out, and like it's just not deep enough to get his foil down there.
He's done it.
He's done
clink,
it, has
clonk,
he?
clink,
Oh my
clank,
goodness!
clank.
Can he do it? This is a 10-point launch.
Oh. It's about as good as it gets. He is getting
Especially
out.
when you look up the point, mate. I mean, look out the window here. Is he going to get past this one? He's just snuck. He's just snuck past that.
I got a feeling he is going to get absolutely worked in about 3 seconds. I can see it out the window.
Oh my
White water
goodness.
incoming in 3,
This
2,
is not
1,
good.
done.
And there's that leash break. Is it? He's going to go with it. He's going to try and ride it out.
Oh, wait.
He doesn't have far to go. He's got 10 feet to get out of the line of the breaking waves. Is there a set behind it? I think maybe, actually, he could do this.
And we're just waiting. Julien Boyer out the back. Oh!
Oh, separated. Separated from his board, but his leash is still there. He's going to swim to his board.
Kudos to that leash. Kudos to that leash.
He's his board. He's got no board leash on because there was a consensus earlier.
And there's not a set. There's not a set coming. He could make this happen.
This is heroic action. There was a consensus earlier about board leashes because, you know, having a wing leash and a board leash in conditions like this could potentially end up in some quite snaggletooth scenarios. He's done it, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say round of applause. Round of applause to Hendrik Lopez for making that one happen. I'm going to give him A for effort.
Wow, there's not many riders in the world that would get out there.
All right, so he has a 2.33 and a 1.75. He's got time, just under 6 minutes. You know, he only top 2 waves, the ones that count. He needs to get back into position and make the next 2 waves count. If he can, he will well deserve it. But Julien Boyer has been putting the hammer down already at 10.43. And look at this opening set. And Hendricks is going to be seeing this straight on.
Man, Hendricks sailing up the point, watching Julien just getting really dialed into his gear.
Nice control there.
High on the wave.
Oh, holding it. Little wobble.
See, this is the wing control that I was talking about there. Wing flipped over. Little wobble on the balance. Probably didn't do much for his score in the end. But, yeah, another nice wave. Look at this out the back.
Oh.
It is definitely making me want to go out now.
Oh, mate, I mean, look all the way up to the top, and the judges are going to be rewarding him there for that one. Hendrik Lopez, 5 minutes to go. He has his work cut out for him. He is going to be making his way back into position, but Camille Boyer is also going back. Hendrik needs to make the next 2 waves count if he wants to have a chance of continuing on here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in Cape Verde.
There is a big set on the horizon. I can see just out the window here. Hendrik's in position for the next massive set.
Portuguese mafia there. Diogo Cardoso and Paulino Pereira.
Can Hendrix hold it together on this next wave? This could be a comeback of all time if he's managed to. I don't think he would get out again, you know?
I'm impressed. I am very impressed.
Here we go. Hendrik's on a wave.
Oh, deep. Straight lining it at the moment.
He's obviously, I
think he's overfoiled.
I think he's overfoiled, yeah. I feel the same. It's like when you see them, like, you know, struggling to combat that lift.
Yeah, the old Rodeo.
Look at this. He's not a heavy guy.
Yeah.
So, see where he passed the foil behind it, passed the wing behind his back there. Just to keep under control. Be interesting to see that wave from start to finish. Don't know whether we got that, whether we can see a full replay of that wave, but we're waiting for scores to drop. Either way, it's going to improve one of his scores of 2.73 and a 2.33 because he didn't end up in the short break.
No, I mean, and he has got to be happy with that one, but still, Hendrik needs to start to get a groove on if he wants to have a chance out here.
Yeah, that was Chris McDonald. That was seriously impressive. Hendrik's getting out. He probably deserves a wave score just for the paddle out, I reckon.
Oh, mate. I mean, Chris, as I said, I'm getting that boy a beer. That was ridiculous that he could manage to get out there. But Julian is throwing down the hammer, and he is wanting to get the nails in the coffin.
Mate, look at this. It's so big, you're losing sight of them as they drop down the wave from behind. Look at this drone shot. Punta Preta in the background, town of Santa Maria, blessed with this glorious wave right on its doorstep, and just the most fun being had anywhere in the world on the water right now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it does not get better than this. We got a 6.80 and a 5.40 there for Julian. Beautiful last wave, and just as you could say, foil control and just off the top. Nice long calves that he had on that last wave.
Tobias Risch asking for the brand of Hendrik's leash.
It's a decline, mate. That is a decline.
Is it? There you go, mate. There you go. Get yourself a decline if you want to take a couple on the head.
Yeah. Oh, look, that was the one where he went off. No.
Oh,
he's gone
not
down again.
Not again.
Pounder.
Right in the set zone. See, this is where we really... he's not happy, man. He's not going to be happy. Oh, there's the leash.
There's the leash.
There's the leash. Or maybe not.
It looked like it was.
Still with it. Still with it.
Oh, yeah. There goes the leash. The leash is gone.
Hero.
Hendrik's
taking the most waves on the head for the whole competition so far. I mean, he's got to get something for that.
Absolutely. I mean, A for effort and pushing it here. Hendrik's such a stylish rider. But yeah, that with 45 seconds on the clock, that is going to be the end of his run, as Julien Boyer is going to be making it through to round number 3.
But one thing he is proving is there is absolutely no excuses, Joe.
Look at this replay.
Oh, overfoiled, definitely. Yeah. I would say that generating a bit too much lift. Hit maybe a foam bubble, like I was saying earlier. You're riding under the water, not the water itself. So you know you can hit a pocket of lift that you're not expecting, that you didn't see, whether that was from the wave before or what. But he's definitely taken a pounding in this wave, but he's got a smile on his face.
He does. I mean, that is, as we say, it's important. Don't forget, everybody, always have fun out there and to enjoy a little bit more. Let's see the highlights of that last heat. big heat coming out there. Your boy from the UK, Leon Schill, up against Wesley Brito. Leon, one of the youngsters, and Wesley, champion from last year, surprisingly to be here in round number 2.
Yeah, this is going to be a good heat. I caught up with Liam Schill earlier on the beach in the beach interview. He's a great kid, actually. It's very humble about his skills. Sounds like he's ridden here a lot himself. Spoke with his dad, and I think they even have an apartment out here, so he's not afraid of these waves. He's definitely got a lot of experience in these waves, but he is up against Wesley Bristow, last year's champion here, and an all-round heavy hitter.
Yeah, Wesley Brito here. Black Mamba, as we like to call him, is making a pound. Let's see if he can start to. Didn't quite get his things together in that round number 1. He was going backside and vertical. Got some harsh stills, waiting to see what happened in that. I think he went and talked to the judges to see exactly what they're looking for so he can get his A game on. But he has one of the new young generations coming up, and the youngsters, they are hungry. And let's see what is going to happen in this. We have this heat and one more, and that's going to be it for today. And yeah, Donato, it absolutely is a show out here in Cape Verde. Punta Preta bringing the vibes all day long, and the sunset golden moments are just about to happen.
And it's definitely a sport that is for sure. It's a fun sport, to be certain of that. Definitely nothing like football, though, if that's your bag. Look at this, Wesley starting off, opening his account with some really smooth backhand riding. His wing is basically under the lip. He's nicely positioned on the wave. You see him passing the wing behind his back there. That's what I was going in about wing control. He's gone in with a really nice front side 360 just on his first wave to finish that wave off. I mean, he means business.
Sending a message to the judges there, I can tell you that.
Yeah, he's stamped his mark on this heat within the first few minutes there.
Let's see if we can get a replay. There it is. Wesley, backside, nice and deep. The Mamba all the way along, just cruising smooth, keeps that flow nice and easy, and racking it top to bottom. And then here you go, with a beauty of a 360.
Passing the wing round his back as he does it, you know, keeping that wing in control, keeping the foil under control, and yeah, just a masterclass. He's got some really interesting turns in the bag. He's got some amazing airs in the bag. I've seen him riding at his local spot over in Boa Vista, and he does some things that you don't think are possible on a wing sometimes.
Yeah, no, he really does.
Is he going to turn on this one? Look, he's under priority. Wesley's just snaggled that one off Leon. This is where it comes in. Experience comes in. Wesley's been riding for a long time. He's got a lot more competition experience, obviously, than Leon. But Leon
is it?
High risk in the impact zone with a set behind. Leon answering back.
He's going to go round him. Let's see, Leon. Nice wave there from him. And he's going to keep
going, or is he going to turn back out? He's going to turn back out. Wesley got lucky there. There was no long shoulder on that one, unfortunately for Leon. But Wesley's not afraid of taking risks. Look at that. That was deep, that bottom turn. And then he's straight in, roundhouse, right back into the foam. Airs into the foam, lays back. And then almost makes it. I mean,
mixing it up.
If you ride waves on a foil, you'll do all you can to avoid the foam. But not Wesley. Look at this. Oh, Liam. Lovely. We've got some support coming in from Toby Irons in the UK. Fellow flightboarder back home. We do a lot of foiling together, riding e-foils, and we've developed gear over the years to make the ultimate electric hydrofoiling wave riding machine. The Flightboard Ultra L folding prop, my personal setup. But back to the action. These guys just need a set. There's 10 minutes left on the clock. Two of the best riders out here on the water. Look at this. Leon, he is deep in the section, loving it. arcing bottom turn, straight to the top. Great style, man. Really, really nice style. He's looking comfortable on his gear as well. Here we go, backhand on the wing. This is what I was talking about possible air opportunities. He's decided, yeah, he just used that. He used that wing to gain a bit of speed down the line, but he did take his hand back off the wing again to do the air. But it was nice little straight air, skipped around the section and kept that wave going. But I don't know, that was a nice wave. Definitely a few different techniques on there, and he's obviously got the skills to answer Wesley back.
Yeah, Leon, one of the youngsters. It is so cool to see so many young rippers here in Cape Verde, and boom. Nice little replay here of him going down the line.
See, I thought he was going to air with both hands on the wing then, but he, here we go, we got Wesley on another heater out the back. Quick off the mark, not letting anything slow him down. He looks like he's on a bigger board than normal to me. Like he's taken out maybe a 55-litre board there, even a 75-litre board. I think that's probably to use the 55, but maybe that's so that he can get up quickly, not waste too much time, and really rely on the board when it comes to these more technical maneuvers. You see him go really deep, attacking that section, and I think we're going to see some big potential aerial maneuvers from Wesley this time round. That's probably why he's gone for the slightly larger board, like I say, so he can cushion that landing, use that volume to his advantage. Because if you ride a small board, airs are harder, you know, because when you come down, you don't have
got that float.
Yeah, you don't have the float to rely on, and you can really rely on the board to kind of stop your body weight sinking into the water and you know, just keep that flow, you know.
Yeah, see, I don't have that problem, so I just land on my head, mate.
Yeah, well, you know, you've always had that style, Joe. It's done well for you, mate.
It has done well for me, mate. That's why I always like photos and never like videos. You can extend it as much as possible and then crash the landing.
It's all those cover shots, mate.
Mate, story of my life. All right, Wesley here, the beautiful long wave at the moment, definitely in first position as we are rolling on. But I tell you what, Leon is not going out without a fight, and a big open wave here for the young UK boy.
Massive
holding it out.
Massive support for Leon from the UK scene. We got comments coming through, got messages being sent. Toby Irons saying Leon's got a backflip in his back pocket. Are we going to see it? I think we might need to. If he's going to beat Wesley. I mean, there's been some, Wesley's definitely got the lion's share of the scores at the moment, the 14.76 combined, 2 score total, but Leon's got the style, he's looking comfortable on his gear. Look how deep he was there. That was a nice wave, really nice wave selection, top to bottom turns. Bang, nice arcing roundhouse wrap. Just gaining a bit of speed, rising up on the wave, looking for his next opportunity. Looked like he was looking for an aerial maneuver there, but did not go for it in the end.
All right, so scores up. Wesley Brito, 14.76, the current number 1. And they are getting it down, 10.86, so a 6.03. And then the youngster answering back to the current champion, and props out, because as you can see, Finn Watt saying here, go Leon, and I'm going to say it as well.
Yeah.
Get it on, mate.
He's got some serious potential. Well, that's what we need. We need somebody from the UK representing. I could not believe that there was nobody from the UK in the kite surfing event, which was to me a shock, actually.
Yeah.
After so many years of essential kite surf domination from countries like the UK, Holland, Northern Europe, to see not one Brit on the leaderboard or on the roster was sad to see.
It is, but it's good to see the youngsters coming back into action.
Yeah.
And now Leon representing 100%.
Great to see. Something I'm very passionate about, actually, and reasons why I do my vlogs and do my YouTube channel and try and make content that encourages kids in England to get into these fringe action sports that we've got such good conditions for back home in the UK, but nobody publicises them, you know?
Yep.
Nobody, like, we live on an island. Like, oh, look at this. Oh,
he's down.
He's down. Has he run over his own wing? That was
He's lost his wing.
Yeah.
He has lost his wing.
He looks okay.
Leon has had an opener right now.
He's got 4
Brito is
minutes.
down, and he's got 4 minutes, and I'll be
46
surprised.
seconds.
I'd be surprised if Wesley can get back onto the break and for another wave in time, because he's in the washing machine. Just
Look
going a little bit too deep.
I mean, that's one of those scenarios that's hard to get out of. It's hard to even know how to deal with that without destroying everything, really, isn't it? But there you go. I don't think he's not going to have enough time to get out there. So Liam has got the opportunity to be riding this break on his own for the next 4 minutes.
Sunset session, mate.
Sunset session to himself. Sets racking to the horizon. Wesley getting destroyed on the rocks. Having said that, Wesley is currently in the lead.
Yeah, and let's not forget, world champion. He knows this break. If he can do it, we've seen it there with Hendra, but look at the water racking him back. I mean, Wesley is one of the strongest guys we have. He is a beast. And is he going to have enough time to be able to get out there? We can see Josh Silva as he makes his way forward. But yeah, I think Wesley is going to be... he's not going to have time for sure to be able to make him way. And like I agree there, Tom, what an end of the day. And thank you to everybody for joining us here. But Wesley, I don't see him moving fast. I think he is going to say that he knows he's not going to be able to get that out there in time.
He is.
So Leon, open doors. Let's have a look.
Little crack. What does he need? What does he need? He needs a big score.
He does need a big score. I'm getting the calculator out because it is way too late for me to be doing this with my head. Calculator, here we go. All right, so Leon's highest score is 6.03, and he needs to be getting a 8.54. Unofficially, 8.54 is what he needs if he wants to be able to take out the Mamba. Now, Wesley Brito, there's no way he's getting out in time. He might as well turn around and just watch to see if the youngster can do it. Big number, though, Tom.
Big number, indeed. And it's something seriously special here, but he does have an advantage. That's a very small one, but he's got one. He's got time. He's got space.
Sunset shot. You got to get the Insta.
Right.
Sunset vibes down here on the beach.
Happens every day somewhere in the world.
There you go. Look at that. Lifestyle and the vibes. People loving Punta Preta.
All day, every day. I think we just saw Leon take a wave, but didn't look like a high-scoring one. Is that Leon, or is that...
What is it going to be? What is it going to be, mate?
Is that Leon?
It is. It should
look,
be.
We've got another wing out there. I guess that's the next heat teeing up.
Next heat are going out, so we're going to see. There's the replay, so yeah. Getting involved.
Getting involved. I don't think that's going to be high enough. Too small a wave. He's got 2 minutes left, though. I can't. I mean, there is a set out there. Is it going to come in time?
90 seconds, and I can see lines. He needs to get a groove on. Everybody at home, start hitting the old like button on the stream. Get this boy some vibes. Get it going. Needs a big 8, absolutely. 8.54 to be exact, unofficially. He needs it to be a set wave and to have the ride of his life. Come on, Punta Preta. Ocean, send him some vibes. Is Wesley going to be kicked out, or is he going to be able to continue? He put in the work early.
Yeah,
Leon now has an opportunity.
He's got the home crowd getting involved on the comments. Big up the UK crew, wing crew. So let's get Leon through this heat. I mean, it would be a big upset if he manages to top Wesley here. Just looking out to our left, 40 seconds left. There is a set coming. Is there going to be time? Is he going to choose the right one? Hard to know. He needs a big 8, exactly, Chris McDonald. Kevin Collins, yeah, obviously Ayrton Me too. All the local crew here are always helping each other. There's not anyone in trouble. You won't see the locals helping. There's a good vibe. There's no reason not to be. We've got Leon, 15 seconds left.
I don't think there's going to be able to do it.
He just needs 9. Is he on a wave? That's the question. Is he on a wave?
We are going to have to see. It doesn't look like he's been able to catch anything out there. And here he is coming down. He is. Watch out. I can see Wesley looking. It's a good wave. He needs to get an air maneuver if he wants to have a chance. He's gone all the way down the line. Let's see if we can get a replay of that last wave before we close out this heat and move over to the final one of the day.
My guess is he didn't actually know what he needed there. Do you know? Because he Did we get the beginning of it?
And you can see a nice first turn there. We like I
didn't know whether we got the beginning of it.
We're going to have to see. Waiting to see some scores. Waiting to see some scores. It is going to be close. I tell you what, it's going to be close. Look at the face of Wesley Brito. There is concern in his eyes.
Yeah, there is concern.
As we're just going to be watching this one go out there, hitting the refresh button on the scores. Nia Swadia's there.
I tell you what, these guys are going to be gutted if Liam gets this.
Oh,
it looks like
it's Could it be? Could it be? Is this going to be a first upset?
Like
I don't know. I don't know, no, but we are going to have to see. So it's looking like a number, and until it's green with a line, it ain't confirmed. I can see you throwing this. Until there is green and a line, it isn't confirmed. Wesley, I can see the vibes. I can see the concern.
The concern is real.
Big shout out to the Mamba there, and a big shout out to Leon. But no.
Tender hooks. No. I don't think he's done it.
I don't think he's done it.
7.85. It was a big score, but I don't think he's done it.
No,
I don't think it's enough.
Get in the numbers here. Wesley Brito is in the safe zone, so Wesley Brito is going to be moving back. But a big shout out to Leon and the UK boy.
That was
absolutely killing it.
That was one of the most intense heats so far. Look at that. He's there on the live stream down there on the beach. Big shout out to those guys. The local crew look celebrating there as Wesley gets through. As we announce it, Joe, coming straight from the horse's mouth. They're actually watching us.
They were there. So Wesley Brito through. That's what it's all about. Thanks for the vibe, guys. And we move on and continue as yellow flag is in the sky for the final heat of the day. And there it is. There's the kiss.
Yeah, there we go. And we are back. Look at that sunset right there for the last heat of the day. Chucho Noto against Theo de Manes.
Yeah, Chucho Noto, Theo de Manes. Those boys starting to get down in the water. And as you're saying there, Tom, golden vibes all the way. Wesley Brito dodging a bullet on that last heat.
He was sweating on the beach there. Yeah, I mean, So what we've been saying all events so far, you've got to get those early scores on the board because you never know what's going to happen. We've seen it more than once now. The rider doesn't actually make it to the end of the heat because the conditions take them out. So you need to get scores on the board. We see Chucho already putting down a small one, but consistency is key and not getting too overexcited is the name of the game, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely, mate. And now just waiting to see what is going to happen in between Chucho and Teo de Manes. Teo hanging out from the Caribbean, now from San Martin, representing France. And then we have Chucho representing the Netherlands, the North Rider. And talking to Teo before, as soon as we have a lull, we will catch up with him. And I catched up earlier this morning.
Look at this wave going on right there. Nice few little openers there. Small scores, but chalk on the board.
Yeah, Chucho just going down, so looking 3.97, 1.67. Double or nothing. Teo de Manes is 2.60. Chucho, the North athlete, looking like he's on a proto there.
Yeah, blank wing. Obviously something new in the works, but seems to be working well for him. The wind has just delivered. It's held up all day today, isn't it?
It has. It is looking very, very nice. And now, you know, the forecast was for it to back off, and I'm going to say it did look like it did that first thing in the morning. But then as it came to the afternoon, it kind of came in again. So very lucky and loving the fact that we could continue on with the action out here as we are here for day number 1.
Ooh, see, that would have been an interesting call if he'd chosen to take that drop. But I quite like that first turn, really wrapping it round, taking the speed out of the foil. That's the sort of turn you can get with a short fuselage. Just stalling that foil out and just really like cranking the turn so that you kill your speed and then just dropping down the wave again, you know? Yeah,
no, I mean, both of these guys have a nice surfing background. Chucho, he's been around a while. And one of the youngsters and now not, you know, one of the veterans here on tour. But you can see that kind of glassy section on the inside. As you've been saying as well, Tom, it is patchy out there as we are coming to the closing moments of the day. Sun has already dipped behind the horizon, mate. What a long one, and action non-stop.
Man, what a day. It has been pumping all day, non-stop, and feels like I've been talking all day too.
Yeah, we definitely have been talking all day, mate. I tell you what, we are going to have a little look-see. We've been doing a solid 7 hours. Not too bad, mate. We had another 11 hours yesterday. But before we go back into action, as it does look like we can see, I'm going to wait for a lull point in the sea, because I caught up with Teo this morning. I want to put that on here, but we're going to make that for the lull moments. Look at that set coming through, Tom.
Yeah, man, they just keep coming. The waves marching in. It's looking tantalizingly good out there right now. If you're a surfer or you're a wave rider of any kind, you'll be looking at that going, oh my God.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. And there you can see them both out the back as we continue on. While we're waiting for the boys to catch on another wave, I caught up early this morning with Teo de Manes. That's what he had to say.
Hello everybody, welcome to the GWA here in Cabo Verde. We just finished the kite surfing today with the women, and now we're starting with the men on the Wingfoil. The action is going to be amazing, simply because we got some amazing swell. Wind is nice, so I think stay tuned. It's going to be incredible out there on the water. Some people are getting over the shore break to start, and yeah, looking forward to get this action done. I'm gonna be hit number 7, so I have plenty of time. Gonna watch how the guys goes in those waves. That's gonna be pretty interesting. And right now I'm about to take my Cabana gear, probably on 5-meter Montis, and maybe 44-liter board, just to have some more maneuverability. And I will see everyone is gonna be in small foil today, because you're gonna have to need some speed to get out of this monster wave and get some good carving. So action is on.
Wow, action is on, Tom, and yeah, and really good to see there Teo explaining pretty much as he was doing those turns what he was riding.
Yeah. Great to hear a little bit of insight into the equipment there. And yeah, just good to see him adding a little bit of flair to his style there. You saw him do a little double grab through some of those turns, grabbing the toe side edge through the the front hand turn, and then switching to grabbing the heel side edge through the backhand turn. I mean, it's quite technical, quite fresh. You know, these are the sorts of things that I think are going to separate the riders.
Yeah, mixing it up. You got to, you know, style is such a subjective thing. We've been saying that all day. It is one of those things that I don't think style can be taught. You either have it or you don't. And there are some riders that just make the simple things look good. And that's where we come to the, you know, the world-renowned phrase, quality versus quantity.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, like you say, because style is such an elusive thing sometimes, it's also a personal thing sometimes. Like, you know, one person might like someone's style, whilst another person might not like it. So it's not a quantitative measure, but really style comes down to the difference between you and somebody else, what you do differently, what you do personally.
Yeah, and you can see now we are starting to go. It is starting to get dark as we have our athletes down there. And also, one of the things I found with freestyle, Tom, is that, you know, looking at style, you know, depending also on the athletes, some athletes have a move that is super stylish. I mean, you know, for example, yourself, your low back mob, your powered back mob has probably been that move that has identified yourself. You know, you have the likes of Andre Philippe. It was always the Moby Dip off of the wave.
Yeah,
everybody had that move, which was kind of the signature way of doing it. And I think it's, you know, it's really cool to see people who push the quality and the execution, and it's nice to see the judges also rewarding that, which I think is important.
Yeah, definitely. It's always been a big discussion, and I'm sure it still is in the freestyle world, of quality versus quantity, technicality versus style. And as you say, you know, yeah, I pretty much that one trick of a low kite back mob back in the day was one of those things that took me a long way to have it in the bag. And yeah, there are many riders that are known for those single tricks. Sam Light being another very stylish rider who's had a lot of stylish toe side tricks in the bag that he's known for. Many examples of riders like that over the time, and I think that's what we're going to see developing over the course of this year here on the GKA Wing Tour.
Yeah, no, absolutely, mate. And
GWA.
Yeah, GWA. But yeah, as we said, it has been a long day, and you can even see on the images here, sun is gone, but the waves are still pumping. Chucha Nunot, there we can see the replay of one of the last waves he had down the line all the way along, and just enjoying this beautiful right-hand point break. One of the 7 wonders of the kite surfing waves, as you put it a few days ago, Tom.
Yeah, indeed.
And now 4.5 minutes to go, and we're going to be closing out what would be day number 4 of the competition. First day of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour here for the Wingfoil World Cup, Cape Verde, Punta Preta. And already we've got through round number 2 of the men, meaning we will be starting off tomorrow with round number 3. I know the idea is going to be start around 9 or 10 o'clock local time. Make sure to tune in to all of our socials, and we will let you know exactly, because it will be depending on the conditions. That is around 11 or 12 o'clock Central European time.
What's the running time left, do you think we have, Joe, to get this completed?
Well, we've got 4 more minutes to go, a couple more lines coming out, and that's one of the things I love about this island, making sure that it is all nice and clean here, coming to these beaches. And that's another thing I'm going to shout out. If you ever go to a beach, make sure to pick up your trash. It is so, to come to these locations, and when people don't look after them, we want to keep our oceans clean. We want to be able to have this for generations on generations. So setting an example, enjoy it, but leave it as nice and clean as you found it. Teo de Manis, he really crouches down.
Yeah, he's really got a nice style, actually. I quite like it. He's been doing these double grab turns, like I say, grabbing front side turn, then backhand, backside turn, and yeah, it's an interesting little flair, I would say, at that point, but something that could be developed definitely, and probably add to how tight you can actually wrap a turn eventually.
Yeah, and there you can see just making his way out. So yeah, out there on the Mantis 6.5, big wing.
Yeah, obviously being underpowered is one of my personal pet hates on a wing. I've done it so many times. Underestimated the conditions, gone out on a wing too small and got pasted across the rocks. But yeah, if I was any of these riders, I would also be out on a big wing at the moment just to make sure that you can get going.
Yeah, let's not forget scars. War wounds go down well, mate. War wounds go down well. Scars are digged. But yeah, 2 minutes coming up now.
Scars.
There you go. I knew you'd get there in the end. 9.837.
Never worked for me personally, but
And there it is, the moon shining bright on another beautiful day down here for the Cape Verdean World Cup as we are just about to close it out. Chuchu Nunot, Teo de Manis, 8. We have a 9.83 versus a 7.50. As they are making their way back out. I reckon we might have enough time for one more set until we are done.
Yes, mate. Time to get some moonburn now.
Oh, yeah.
All the sunburn that's been going on. Feel like an absolute toasty.
And mate, I tell you what, you've gone from prawn to lobster, mate. Prawn to lobster.
A couple of beers later, and I'll be ready for a good night's sleep in my sandy bed sheets.
Oh yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. There we can see kindly vibes down on the beach. Everybody just enjoying what Cape Verde is, and just with 1 minute to go, as we are going to be closing this one out. It looks like at the moment Teo de Manis in the lead. They are out on the point. Will we see them take the win? Who is it going to be?
Can see it getting dark now. The cameras are even struggling with the light as it drops.
Yeah, it is getting about as dark as it can be. Until the final moments, GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. Everybody, I hope you have had a very good time on here. Josie Ashton, it's been a pleasure here with Tom Court and enjoying all of the comments. Thank you for getting involved on the stream. It is so cool to see the ins and the outs and what you guys and girls want. Throw the feedback. Shout us out on the social media. What do you want to see? And I mean, what action we have had, Tom.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to witness, Joe. Pleasure to be here. Like you say, I am Tom Court, and it's been it's just a pleasure to add something to the beginnings of this amazing discipline.
Yeah, and here we go. We are just coming to the final moments of that heat, and that is it. So unless there is another wave, which it looks like there is not going to be, it is going to be Teo de Manis, but they are riding it all the way down.
Now.
So we're going to wait to see who is going to be taking that home, and let's enjoy the highlights of this last heat.
Wow, I mean, didn't quite get it.
everybody. Well, thank you very much for tuning in to the stream here. Confirmation, Teo de Manis taking the final heat of the day. I'm Josie Asher. It has been an absolute pleasure to show you guys the potential that we have of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour here in the island of Sal. Cape Verde, Punta Preta firing one more time, Tom.
Yeah, that's it. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk about this new and emerging sport in such good conditions. I'm Tom Court. Make sure you follow the GKA socials. Follow my socials too if you don't mind. And then let's get into tomorrow's action, so stay tuned.
Resort Group believes in Cabo Verde and may you be very successful, because success of the Resort Group is also the success of Cabo Verde. Thank you very much.